Morning, morning. Got Julia in here, Pioneer, Squirrel, Blue Nose. Good morning. Jojo, Josie, Jamie, Kelly, Alex, Strawberry. This is the MCC broadcasting out of Truro this week. Thought I read it somewhere. Truro the last few days. Does anyone know, or did I read it wrong? Where did they move over to? I don't know. Musical chairs. The Hilton, I think. Grampy's garage. Okay, I think did Granny go to Grampy now? I don't know. Hope everyone's seen Nick B said hello on the national. Kelly Blair, good morning. Good morning, Kelly. Tough stuff, all this for you guys. Caper, Christine, Aletta. Good morning, Aletta. Welcome. MH. Holiday Inn at the Dartmouth. Okay. Do I stand corrected? Thank you. Dave Redmond. Good morning. Good morning, Dave. Mark Evans. Nicole. Countryside. Nova Scotia Freckles. Used to be Holiday Inn. Oh, okay. I think it's the Hilton. I don't know. Who knows? They move around. Don't worry. It's just your money. Sad. Wacko Jacko. Sandy. Not in Truro till the end of the month, says Caper. Doing proceedings. Cheryl. Nikki. Morning. Good morning, Nikki. Jane. Anybody else feels like, I don't know, sharing around? Astounds me how, well, does it? None of the alternative media even wants to get in on this one. From the beginning. How strange. How strange is that? Allison, good morning. The hotel in Dartmouth Crossing, so I can see it from my house. Do they have a big screen outside? If you wear a mask and stand on a dot? Maybe. Wise Road. Is that like Wise Crossing? Is that what it is? Wise Crossing? Yes. Okay. Well, they should be firing up here shortly. Anybody have a chance to read the interim report? I did not, but I did make a little video about it last night. I was struck by certain languaging, NLP. Oh, there's the Ford hat. Forwards. I saw something about that. Oh, there's some emails I need to answer too. So, pardon on my slow, tardy responses. Yeah, that looks better, eh? Ford. Uncle Blazer. Seawood. Working today, but watching the chat. How can you do that? Work and watch chat. Looks pre-printed. The report. Well, I think maybe. Just maybe. Wonder if that final report's also pre-printed. How much of this is truly scripted? Tara, good morning. Only able to stay for a while. Hope you have a great day. The midnight update. Yeah, I'm going to read through the interim report. Maybe we can read it together. Can I put the email address so you can send me something? It's a family show. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, email address.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes.
Oh, pardon. Wow. I shouldn't listen to pre-recorded videos so loud. NS Investigators that in the little descripto box, eh? Descripto. I never do. Right on time today they are. Are they? What's the screen tell me? Oh my goodness, they are. Final report was completed. The first week the review was announced. Oh, I think it was completed, funnily enough. Yeah, okay, well, when it was announced back 2021. June, what was it? That appointment? There is a little tidbit that I stuck there in the end. Looks like a little quid pro quo, possibly, for the lead investigator. Ouch. Clocks must be working. Oh, goodness. If I could do a video of reading it, sure, why not? Christiana, good morning. Let's hear some more bullshit. Sorry, I used the word that you didn't put. Crap. 2 minutes late when they start. All right, I think I've got it all hooked up here, right? You guys probably heard the loud screaming in the background. I have to make sure I mute my mic when they do the, oh. I think we all, hopefully people are beginning to see that this is all about cop car deflection. Look how much of that report was devoted to it. Everybody have a good weekend. This is just them make a paycheck. Oh, Shame's making a comeback. Big time. So if I don't mind reading it, no spelling there at all, Nova. Oh, everybody's Nova. Gosh, the dog will come running. No. Please check the Tweeties. Okay. Yeah, I gotta have another. Should do that always. What is this? No, I don't want default. Go away. Everybody wants something, you know, these days. Uh-oh. Sounds like something's happening.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Chief Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Hello and welcome. Bonjour et bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Once again, we start by remembering those whose lives were taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. This week in public proceedings, we will continue to make progress in our work, building on our understanding of what happened and exploring how and why it happened. You can read more about the progress we have made to date and the steps we anticipate taking next in the Commission's work. And the Commission's interim report was published yesterday on our website. Our interim report is now available for your viewing, and it was submitted to the governments of Canada and Nova Scotia in advance of the May 1st due date, and shares an overview of the work we are doing on behalf of Nova Scotians and Canadians. Because our work is still underway, the interim report does not include findings or recommendations. Please hear us when we say, we have and we will continue to hear from witnesses. This includes 6 witnesses this week, starting with a technical witness today and ending the week with the RCMP officers who responded to the mass casualty. Last week, we broadened our focus in proceedings to explore the causes, context, and circumstances that may have contributed to the mass casualty. We held the first of what will be many roundtable discussions, hearing from a range of people with knowledge and experience about police paraphernalia and police impersonation. We have also shared 8 commissioned reports on our website with more to follow. These independently prepared reports analyze public policy, academic research, and lessons learned from previous mass casualties. You can expect to hear more from roundtables, small group sessions, and commissioned reports as we continue to explore the how and why and dig down into the work that we have done to date. These activities will take place alongside our ongoing fact-finding work to determine what happened. Later today, Commission Council will make brief presentations about 2 of the commissioned reports focused on the history of gun control in Canada and relationships between mass casualty, shootings, and masculinity. We will hear from a technical witness, Benjamin Sampson, who is a firearms scientist. This type of witness is a witness that participants also identified as helpful. Counsel Amanda Bird will share a presentation on the foundational document focused on firearms. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us today.
Commissioners, participants, and people of Nova Scotia, Canada, and beyond, I am Amanda Bird, Commission Counsel, and one of my responsibilities is to gather the evidence on the parts of the Commission's mandate regarding firearms. I just have one bit of housekeeping before I get started. Last week, we entered as an exhibit Christine Lemarche's interview, COMM 50865, as Exhibit 1030 in error. COMM 50865 had been previously marked as Exhibit P1017. Therefore, Exhibit 1030 may be used for another document being tendered. Thank you. Commissioners, I would now like to mark 4 documents as public exhibits.
Thank you.
The first is the legislative brief on firearms, it's COMM 18403.
Exhibit 1030.
The next is the firearms foundational document
1099.
and its supporting material,
So
policy summary,
2106.
and its supporting materials,
So exhibited.
and the transcript of the Mass Casualty Commission interview of David Andow.
2107.
Thank you. This presentation will provide a brief overview of the applicable legislation regarding the acquisition, possession, transfer, import, and use of firearms at the time of the mass casualty in April 2020. It will also include a summary of material reviewed by Mass Casualty Commission Council to date relating to the perpetrator's access to, possession of, and use of firearms. This presentation will discuss the firearms recovered from the Mazda 3 the perpetrator was driving at the time of his death, the ammunition and accessories that were also recovered from the vehicle, other firearms recovered by the RCMP after the mass casualty, and other firearms that the perpetrator may have possessed. I will also discuss the perpetrator's use of these items during the mass casualty. Reference is made during this presentation to the homicides of the victims by the perpetrator on April 18th and 19th, and to forensic evidence recovered with respect to the victims. The slides also contain images of the 5 firearms the RCMP recovered from the stolen Mazda 3. The information included in the discussion of the use of firearms in the homicides and during the mass casualty may be disturbing. There are a few terms that you will hear more than once during this presentation that relate to firearms. An automatic firearm is capable of discharging projectiles in rapid succession during one depression of the trigger. And a semi-automatic firearm has a mechanism that operates to complete any part of the reloading cycle that's necessary to prepare for the discharge of the next cartridge after one cartridge has been discharged. Overcapacity magazines for handguns are generally magazines with a capacity that is greater than 10 rounds. For centerfire long guns, overcapacity magazines are generally magazines with a capacity of 5 rounds, more than 5 rounds. The sear is part of the trigger assembly and holds back the firearm's hammer, striker, or bolt until the trigger is pulled. Select fire weapons have a second sear to take over in automatic mode. The auto sear device is used to enhance a firearm's trigger mechanism and turn a semi-automatic firearm into a fully automatic firearm. And finally, a CTC laser point grip is an accessory manufactured by Crimson Trace, which is an American manufacturer of firearm accessories. Crimson Trace laser sights are activated by pressure pads, which are naturally depressed with a normal shooting grip. I'll now provide a very brief overview of some of the laws surrounding firearms in Canada. Canada's criminal code describes 3 types of firearms. These are prohibited, such as certain handguns, fully automatic firearms, and sawed-off rifles. Restricted, such as handguns, certain rifles, and semi-automatic firearms. And non-restricted, such as ordinary hunting rifles and shotguns, which are often referred to as long guns. Restricted and prohibited firearms require additional safety training. They must be registered, and their use may be limited to certain activities such as target practice or as part of a collection. It is a crime to possess a firearm without a license, and in the case of restricted and prohibited firearms, without a registration certificate. The Criminal Code and the Firearms Act both contain provisions regarding the transfer of firearms, firearms-related devices, and ammunition. Transfer is given a broad definition in the Criminal Code and includes selling, giving, or delivering. Firearms can only be transferred from individual to individual under the authority of the Firearms Act or other acts or regulations of Parliament. And under the Firearms Act, the transferee or the person receiving the firearm must have a license for the type of firearm being transferred. The regulations prescribing certain firearms and other weapons, components, and parts of weapons, accessories, cartridge magazines, ammunition, and projectiles as prohibited, restricted, or non-restricted, which I will refer to in this presentation as simply the regulations, contain a list of firearms, components, and ammunition that are restricted, prohibited, and non-restricted. The list that was applicable at the time of the mass casualty 20. The amendments banned over 1,500 models and variants of firearms and contain a transition period of 2 years for owners of newly prohibited firearms to take steps to comply with the new rules. The Firearms Act is Canada's primary legislation that governs the possession, licensing, transport, and storage of firearms. It created a licensing scheme which individuals can obtain a possession and acquisition license, also known as a PAL. The Firearms Act also allows for the appointment of a chief firearms officer in each province and sets out the powers of the chief firearms officers and their agents to inspect gun storage, demand compliance, and seize firearms. Chief firearms officers are also responsible for issuing firearms licenses. The Firearms Act contains provisions that make some people ineligible to hold a firearms license or registration certificate. This includes where they have been convicted of certain crimes under the criminal code, have a history of domestic violence and making online threats, or are subject to a prohibition order regarding possession of firearms. And I'll speak briefly about the Canada Border Services Agency, or CBSA. It is the federal agency that regulates the border, and for our purposes, it regulates the border with respect to international firearms smuggling. In addition to legislation such as the Criminal Code, the regulations, the Firearms Act, and the customs tariff regarding firearms, the CBSA also has its own policies that relate specifically to firearms. The policies that were in place at the time of the mass casualty are policy summary marked as an exhibit this morning. Border Services Officers, or BSOs, know which firearms are prohibited or restricted and use the classification in the criminal code for this purpose. BSOs also have internal resources they can consult if they are uncertain about a particular firearms classification. CBSA can also flag people or vehicles as, quote, high risk. I will now turn to the subject of the perpetrator's access to, possession, and use of firearms, beginning with a general overview of what witnesses told the RCMP in their statements after the mass casualty about their awareness. Some of the witnesses said they were aware the perpetrator did not have a firearms license. Others said they assumed he did have a license, and others simply did not know. Lisa Banfield told the RCMP the perpetrator had, quote, military-style guns, and that he had 2 handguns, one black and one silver. Ms. Banfield said she believed one of the handguns was a Glock. Family members told the RCMP that the perpetrator had a, quote, massive handgun, a shotgun, an assault rifle, and 9mm handguns. Friends and acquaintances of the perpetrator said the perpetrator had a shotgun, 9mm handguns, laser sights, a .357 Magnum, hunting rifles, and a sniper rifle. Neighbors also said the perpetrator had a 9mm pistol, a semi-automatic pistol, a 12-gauge shotgun, a long-barreled rifle, a Ruger Mini 14, and a stainless steel. Dental professionals, and clinic patients reported that the perpetrator had, quote, a big chrome handgun, an assault rifle, a big military gun, and a shotgun, end quote. I'll just remind you that these were statements that were to the RCMP after the mass casualty event. Several witnesses also reported that the perpetrator had hiding places for firearms at the Portapique residence and the warehouse. The evidence currently available to the Commission indicates that prior to the mass casualty, there were 2 and potentially 3 separate occasions on which police received information of concern regarding threats made by the perpetrator and his potential access to firearms. Further detail about these complaints can be found in the foundational document marked as an exhibit this morning, but I will provide a brief overview of them now. In June of 2010, police received a complaint from the perpetrator's father that the perpetrator had told his uncle he was going to drive to his parents' house and kill them. The investigating officer from Halifax Regional Police, Sergeant Poirier, spoke to the perpetrator's father, who said he was, quote, still convinced, end quote, that his son had weapons in the cottage in Portapic. Although he said the last time he had seen them was 5 years prior. Without recent knowledge of the weapons, a public safety warrant could not be obtained. Sergeant Poirier spoke to Lisa Banfield and to the perpetrator. Lisa Banfield reported that there were no weapons in the residence, and the perpetrator said that he only had a pellet gun and 2 inoperable antique muskets. March 26th, 2010, as the complainant, the perpetrator's father, did not contact Sergeant Poirier after the initial contact, and Sergeant Poirier was unable to reach him. Furthermore, an RCMP officer, Constable Wiley, who knew the perpetrator from a prior incident in which the perpetrator had reported the theft of tools from the Portapic residence, told Sergeant Poirier that he would attempt to speak to the perpetrator about the complaint. In a statement to the RCMP on May 28th, 2020, Constable Wiley said he had not seen weapons or a gun rack in the perpetrator's Portapic residence. On May 4th, 2011, Criminal Intelligence Service Nova Scotia, or CIS-NS, issued an officer safety bulletin to all police agencies regarding the perpetrator. The bulletin stated that information had been received that the perpetrator, quote, wanted to kill a cop, end quote, and was in possession of at least 1 handgun and potentially several long rifles. In a subsequent report after the mass casualty, the Truro police officer who authored the bulletin, Corporal Densmore, said the information came from an unknown individual who approached him during the course of his duties. Brenda Forbes, a former neighbor of the perpetrators, told the RCMP in a statement on May 14th, 2020, that she had reported her belief that the perpetrator had illegal weapons to the RCMP in the summer of 2013 when complaining about an incident of domestic violence involving the perpetrator and Lisa Banfield. The records provided to the a different account of this complaint, including its content. The complaint and the different accounts of it are discussed in detail in the foundational document. I will now discuss the firearms recovered from the stolen Mazda 3. Please be advised that the upcoming slides do contain photographs of the firearms. This list represents the firearms recovered from the Mazda 3 on the left, which we know were used during the mass casualty. And on the right, there are other firearms that were discussed by witnesses or were recovered by the RCMP at other locations after the mass casualty. I will be discussing each of these firearms in turn. I will briefly address the legal classification of each firearm, but it is important to note that by virtue of the fact that the perpetrator did not have a firearms license, all of the firearms were in fact illegal and illegally obtained. In addition to the firearms, a large amount of ammunition was recovered, both from scenes in the form of fired bullets, fragments, or extended cartridge cases, and from the Mazda 3. This is a photograph of the Glock 23, serial number HZY270, recovered by the RCMP from the Mazda 3 after the mass casualty. In this photograph, you can see that a laser grip is attached to the firearm. A magazine is also shown in this photograph on the right-hand side. The Glock 23 was a semi-automatic pistol that used .40 caliber ammunition. Under the criminal code and the regulations, the Glock handgun that had a barrel that was equal to or less than 105 millimeters in length. When the Glock 23 was recovered, a magazine loaded with 6 of 12 possible rounds was seated in the firearm, and there was 1 round in the chamber. This magazine was a prohibited device, as it was capable of containing more than 10 cartridges of the type for which it was originally designed, and it was designed for use in a semi-automatic handgun. The Glock 23 was traced to the United States and sourced to Bob and Tom's gun shop in Maine. It was originally transferred or sold to the gun shop on April 11th, 2006, and was then purchased by an individual on April 14th, 2006. The purchaser sold the firearm back to the gun shop on November 15th, 2009, and it was subsequently purchased as a used item by Sean Conlogue, a friend of the perpetrators who lived in Maine, on November 21st, 2009. The perpetrator obtained the Glock 23 from Mr. Conlogue. In his statement to the RCMP on May 20th, 2020, Mr. Conlogue said the perpetrator told him he had taken this firearm, along with a Glock 36, without Mr. Conlogue's knowledge or permission, sometime in 2017 or 2018. This is a photograph of the Ruger P89, serial number 30437738, which was recovered by the RCMP from the Mazda 3 after the mass casualty. You can see to this firearm. The Ruger P89 was a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. When it was recovered by the RCMP, the hammer was cocked. The trigger for this firearm required a light pull for firing. The Ruger P89 was a restricted firearm because it was a handgun that did not meet the criteria for a prohibited firearm. When the P89 was recovered, an empty 15 capacity magazine was seated in it. The safety was off and 1 round was in the chamber, which ejected when the action was opened. The magazine was a prohibited device because it was capable of containing more than 10 cartridges of the type for which it was originally designed, and it was designed for use in a semi-automatic handgun. The Ruger P89 was manufactured by Sturm Ruger in the United States from 1992 to 2007. The Ruger P89 the perpetrator had was sold to Moulton's Gun Shop in Lincoln, Maine on August 26, 1992, and was then purchased by an individual on January 26, 1993. A different person owned this firearm in 2004 and sold it sometime prior to 2008 to an unknown buyer through Uncle Henry's Magazine, which is a periodical distributed in Maine. The firearm was later purchased by Sean Conlogue, who said he purchased it for about $500 to $600 from Bob Berg. The ATF reviewed Mr. Berg's records and did not find a record of Mr. Conlogue having purchased this firearm from him. Mr. Conlogue told the ATF in a phone interview on May 7th, 2020, that he had given the perpetrator a Ruger. Mr. Conlogue said he gave the firearm to the perpetrator sometime between 2015 and 2018 as a sign of gratitude for the perpetrator's help with tree removals and other odd jobs at his residence. Mr. Conlogue said he assumed the perpetrator could take a firearm into Canada because he was a Canadian citizen and did not ask the perpetrator about how he would get the firearm across the border. This is a photograph of the Colt carbine, serial number LE048361, which the RCMP recovered from the Mazda 3 after the mass casualty. In this photograph, you can see a bumpy ridge across the top of the firearm. That is an apparatus called Picatinny rails and is used to mount accessories on a firearm. The Colt carbine was a 5.56 caliber semi-automatic rifle and is of the design that is commonly known as an AR-15. When the firearm was recovered, the selector switch was set to fire. There was not an auto sear present in the firearm. That area of the firearm was not milled, and the selector switch could only move between safe and fire. As no links or drop-in sear were observed, that would have allowed the firearm to fire in fully automatic mode. At the time of the mass casualty, the Colt carbine was a restricted firearm under the regulations. It became a prohibited firearm under the new regulations that came into effect as of May 1st, 2020. Recovered from the Mazda 3, there was a loaded overcapacity magazine seated in the magazine wells that contained 25 of a possible 30 rounds. This magazine was a prohibited device because it was capable of containing more than 5 cartridges of the type for which it was originally designed. The Colt was originally purchased on May 13th, 2009 from Battlefield Adventures in Ventura, California. The purchaser transferred the firearm to an individual named Gary Sewell on April 2nd, 2018. Mr. Sewell subsequently arranged for a man named Don DeMatteis to sell the firearm for him at a gun show that took place in Holton, Maine from April 27th to 28th, 2019. The perpetrator attended the gun show and saw the firearm there on April 27th, 2019. And the firearm was purchased for him by an individual named Neil Gallivan on either April 27th or 28th, 2019. Mr. Sewell told the RCMP in his statement on May 21st, 2020, that he believed he received around $1,100 for the firearm. In his statement to the FBI and the ATF on June 3rd, 2020, Mr. DeMatteis said that there is not a waiting period when purchasing a firearm at a gun show. But ordinarily, a form is filled out when a firearm is being sold to someone who does not have a curio and relic license. In this case, Mr. DeMatteis said that because the sale of the Colt was a private sale from Mr. Sewell to the purchaser of the firearm, he did not believe Mr. Sewell had any responsibility to fill out the form or do a background check. With respect to border crossings, on April 25th, 2019, the perpetrator exited Canada at the Woodstock, New Brunswick border and entered Maine at Holton with Lisa Banfield. The perpetrator then crossed the border alone into Canada on April 27th, 2019, and crossed back into Maine alone approximately 15 minutes later. The perpetrator and Ms. Banfield then returned to Canada together from Holton through the Woodstock, New Brunswick border crossing on May 2nd, 2019. Witnesses told the RCMP that the perpetrator would disassemble firearms and roll them up in the tonneau cover of his truck to transport them across the border. The witnesses told the RCMP this after the mass casualty. This is a photograph of the Ruger Mini 14 that was recovered from the Mazda 3. In the photograph, you can see that a shoulder strap is attached to the firearm. And on the left side of the photograph is a cartridge magazine. The Ruger Mini 14 was a .223 caliber semi-automatic rifle. The safety for the firearm was off and one round ejected from the chamber when the action was opened while the RCMP was examining this firearm. At the time of the mass casualty, the Ruger Mini 14 was not specifically mentioned in the regulations, but it became a prohibited firearm when the new regulations came into effect on May 1st, 2020. recovered, there was an overcapacity magazine seated in it, containing 24 of a possible 30 rounds. This means the magazine was a prohibited device because it could contain more than 5 rounds. The Mini 14 was manufactured by Sturm Ruger in the United States beginning in 1975. This particular firearm was sold or shipped to Mars Leisure Products, Inc. in Winnipeg, Manitoba on December 14th, 1988. The Canadian National Firearms Tracing Center was in possession of the ledgers of Mars Leisure Products, Inc. at one time, but the ledgers were destroyed on November 1st, 2012 by order of the Director General of the Canadian Firearms Program of the era. Further tracing on this firearm was therefore impossible. But we know that the Mini 14 at one time belonged to the perpetrator's friend, Tom Evans. According to the statement provided by Stephen Parks to the RCMP on May 21st, 2020, when the perpetrator called to tell him that Mr. Evans had died, the perpetrator asked about the Mini 14. At the time, Mr. Parks had the Mini 14 locked in his gun cabinet. The perpetrator asked Mr. Parks to give him the firearm. Mr. Parks told the RCMP that since he had no ownership of the firearm, was not sure whether Mr. Evans or the perpetrator owned it, he gave the firearm to the perpetrator. Mr. Parks believed he gave the firearm to the perpetrator in early 2010. This is a photograph of the RCMP issued to Constable Heidi Stevenson, which was recovered by the RCMP from the Mazda 3. On the left side of the photograph is a cartridge magazine. This firearm was a 9mm pistol. When it was recovered, it was loaded with a 15 capacity magazine containing 13 rounds plus 1 round in the chamber. The perpetrator stole this firearm along with 2 magazines after he shot Constable Stevenson during the events at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf on April 19th. I'll speak now about some of the other firearms. I'll start with the .357 Magnum. A man named Don Johnson told the RCMP in a statement on May 18th, 2020, that he sold the perpetrator a .357 Magnum in around 2015 or 2016. Mr. Johnson described the firearm as chrome or silver in color with a wooden handle and did not recall whether it had a serial number. Mr. Johnson said the perpetrator paid him $800 for the firearm. The Mass Casualty Commission does not currently have evidence to suggest that this firearm has been recovered. After the mass casualty, the RCMP recovered a Remington Arms Model 870 Wingmaster 12-gauge shotgun from the burned remains of the perpetrator's warehouse in Portapique. The firearm was originally transferred or sold to Remington's subsidiary, Remington Arms GmbH, in what was then West Germany on January 4th, 1985. The subsidiary liquidated in 1980 an inactive and out-of-business foreign entity. Records availability was undetermined, and further trace of this firearm was not possible. Additionally, subsequent to the coming into force of the Ending the Long Gun Registry Act in 2012, individuals no longer had to register their non-restricted or non-prohibited firearms, and the Act also provided for the destruction of existing records in the Canadian Firearms Registry for those firearms. The Commission does not currently have evidence to suggest where or how the perpetrator obtained this firearm. In a statement to the RCMP on May 8th, 2020, the perpetrator's father said he thought the perpetrator may have had a small Beretta handgun. The commission does not currently have evidence to suggest that this firearm has been recovered. Robert Doucette, an acquaintance of the perpetrator, called 911 on the morning of April 19th. In his call, he reported that the perpetrator had an illegally obtained Barrett .50 caliber sniper rifle that the perpetrator had purchased in the United States. The commission does not currently have evidence to suggest that this firearm has been recovered. Sean Conlogue told the RCMP that the perpetrator had taken a Glock 36 from him without his knowledge or permission in 2017 or 2018. At the same time, he took the Glock 23. The commission does not currently have evidence to suggest that this firearm has been recovered. A black 40mm handgun at the Blair residence after the events. This firearm was found on top of a wood pile on the front deck. The firearm had a warning stamp on it that also said it was, quote, made in Taiwan by Aftermath, end quote. On the rubber grips of the firearm, there was a circular imprint with a skull head emblem and the words, quote, Special Operations Command, Miami, Florida, end quote, on both sides. The slide was pulled back and there was no magazine in the firearm. The commission currently does not have evidence to indicate whether this firearm belonged to the perpetrator, whether he fired it during the mass casualty, or whether forensic firearms testing was performed on it. The RCMP recovered several firearms from the residence of Sean McLeod and Alana Jenkins after the mass casualty. These firearms were all badly damaged by fire, but they were all classified as non-restricted firearms. As they were long guns and they were unregistered, it cannot currently be known with any certainty whether they belonged to Sean McLeod and or Alana Jenkins, both of whom had firearms licenses, or whether the perpetrator brought them to the residence and abandoned them there. I'll talk a little bit about the accessories that were recovered. I spoke about the CTC laser grips. Those were on both the Glock 23 and the Ruger P89. They emit a laser pointer when hand pressure is applied. In addition to the 5 magazines that were seated in the firearms, recovered from the Mazda 3, the RCMP recovered 8 other magazines. Ruger P89 magazines that contained 15 rounds of 9mm Luger ammunition, 1 empty 30-round capacity 5.56 caliber magazine, 1 5.56 caliber magazine that contained 31 rounds, 1 magazine containing 22 .223 caliber rounds, 2 RCMP Smith & Wesson magazines, 1 empty, 1 full, both 15 capacity, and 1 Ruger Mini 14 magazine that contained 5 rounds of .223 caliber ammunition. Apart from the Ruger Mini 14 5 capacity magazine, and aside from the RCMP magazines, all of these magazines were over capacity and they were prohibited devices. With respect to ammunition, in addition to the recovered magazines, the perpetrator had rounds of unused ammunition in the Mazda 3 and had a box that contained loose ammunition. The RCMP recovered a shoulder carry strap for the Mini 14, which you saw earlier, a carry strap for the Colt carbine, and a beige ammunition pouch from the Mazda 3. There was also a flashlight attached to the Colt carbine. I'm now going to discuss the perpetrator's use of firearms during the mass casualty. This discussion includes disturbing information about the homicides of the victims by the perpetrator on April 18th and 19th, and contains information about forensic evidence recovered with respect to the victims. Used in the discussion to follow. In the RCMP's forensic firearms analysis in respect of the mass casualty, a projectile, fragment, or casing may be referred to as, quote, neither identified nor eliminated, end quote, as having been fired by a particular firearm, depending on the investigation. In other cases, other firearms known to be at the scene are ruled out or positively identified as the firearm from which a projectile, fragment, or casing was fired. The analysis depends on the evidence and inconsistencies or consistencies in specific tool mark identification. The Commission has adopted the phrase neither identified nor eliminated from the forensic firearms analysis reports. Where projectiles, cartridges, or fragments were positively identified or ruled out as fired from a particular firearm, we have included that information. I would like to note that the Commission does not currently have information regarding forensic firearms evidence associated with Lillian Campbell, and that is why I will not be presenting information with respect to Ms. Campbell. Lisa Banfield. Lisa Banfield told the RCMP that the perpetrator retrieved the Glock 23 from a spare room at the Portapic residence, which he then used to shoot into the ground on either side of her outside of the warehouse on April 18th. The Commission has not received forensic evidence to suggest that bullets, fragments, or casings were recovered from the ground at the warehouse that may have been fired from the Glock 23. Bullet recovered from Lisa McCulley's body was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Glock 23, but was not fired from any of the other firearms that were recovered from the Mazda 3. And Lisa McCulley's DNA was found on the Glock 23. Corey Ellison. A bullet recovered from the ground at the scene of Corey Ellison's death was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Glock 23, but it was not fired from any of the other firearms that were recovered from the Mazda 3. During Corey Ellison's examination by the medical examiner, a projectile with a copper-colored metal jacket was recovered from between his t-shirt and sweatshirt. The Commission's review of currently available evidence does not indicate that this projectile was tested for the purposes of forensic firearms analysis. Jamie Blair and Gregory Blair. A fired bullet recovered from Gregory Blair's body was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Glock 23, but was not fired from any of the other firearms. A bullet that was located in Greg Blair's clothing was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Glock 23. Bullet fragments recovered from Jamie Blair's body were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Colt carbine. They were not fired from the other firearms, and Jamie Blair's DNA was found on the Colt carbine. One fired bullet jacket fragment recovered from the Blair residence was neither identified nor but was not fired from the other firearms. 14 expended cartridge cases that were recovered at the scene were confirmed as having been loaded in the Colt carbine. And they were not fired from the Ruger Mini 14 and were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Colt carbine. 5 expended cartridge cases recovered at the residence were confirmed as having been fired from the Glock 23. Franken Dongolenchen. An expended cartridge case recovered from the residence was confirmed to have been fired from the Glock 23. Joy Bond and Peter Bond. A bullet fragment recovered from Joy Bond's body was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Colt carbine, but was not fired from the other firearms, and Joy Bond's DNA was found on the Colt carbine. Two .223 casings recovered at the scene were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Colt carbine, but they were not fired from the other rifle, the Ruger Mini 14. John Zoll and Elizabeth Thomas. Two expended cartridge cases that were recovered at the residence were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from either the Colt carbine or the Ruger Mini 14. Emily Tuck, Aaron Tuck, and Jolene Oliver. Bullet fragments recovered from Emily Tuck's body were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Colt carbine, but were not fired from any of the other firearms. One body was neither identified nor eliminated as having been fired from the Mini 14 or the P89, was not fired from any of the other firearms. A bullet fragment recovered from Aaron Tuck's body was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Colt carbine. It was not fired from any of the other firearms. A bullet fragment recovered from Jolene Oliver's body was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Colt carbine, but it was not fired from any of the other firearms. 8 expended cartridge cases and 5 fired bullet jacket fragments that were recovered at the residence were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Colt carbine, but they were confirmed as having been loaded in it. These cartridge cases were not fired from the other rifle, the Ruger Mini 14. Andrew McDonald. A partial bullet recovered from Andrew McDonald's vehicle was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Glock 23. The bullet was not fired from the P89, the Colt, or the Ruger Mini 14. Sean McLeod, Alana Jenkins, and Tom Bagley. 2 expended cartridge cases recovered from inside the burned residence of Sean McLeod and Alana Jenkins were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Glock 23. 1 expended cartridge case recovered from the ground outside of the residence was neither identified nor eliminated, was confirmed to have been loaded in it. 1 additional expended cartridge case recovered from the scene was confirmed to have been fired from the Ruger P89. Kristen Beaton and her unborn child. A bullet recovered from Kristen Beaton's body was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Glock 23. 3 expended cartridge cases and 3 fired bullets recovered from the scene were confirmed to have been fired from the Glock 23. Heather O'Brien. A bullet recovered from Heather O'Brien's body was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Glock 23. 3 expended cartridge cases and 1 fired bullet recovered from the scene were fired from the Glock 23. Constable Chad Morrison, an intact bullet found in Constable Morrison's bulletproof vest was neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Glock 23. 2 intact bullets located in the front passenger door of Constable Morrison's vehicle were also neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Glock 23. An expended cartridge case that was recovered near the was fired from the Glock 23. Constable Heidi Stevenson, 4 9mm casings located at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf, where Constable Stevenson was killed, were neither identified nor eliminated as fired by either the Ruger P89 or Constable Stevenson's RCMP issue Smith & Wesson. 10 expended cartridge cases that were recovered from the scene were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Colt carbine, but were confirmed to have been loaded in it. 8 additional expended cartridge cases recovered from the scene were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from either the Colt carbine or the Ruger Mini 14. Joey Weber. 2 fired bullet jacket fragments recovered from Joey Weber's body were neither identified nor eliminated, thank you, as fired from the Mini 14. These fragments were not fired from any of the other firearms, and Joey Weber's DNA was found on the Mini 14. 4 9mm casings, as I said earlier, that were located at the scene where Joey Weber was killed were neither identified nor eliminated as fired by either the Ruger P89 or Constable Stevenson's RCMP issue Smith & Wesson. Those 10 expended cartridge cases that were located at the scene were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Colt carbine, but were confirmed to have been loaded in it. And 8 additional expended cartridge cases were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from either the Colt or the Ruger Mini 14. Gina Goulet. Bullet jacket fragments recovered from Gina Goulet's body were neither identified nor eliminated as fired from the Ruger P89. The fragments were not fired from any of the other firearms. 8 expended cartridge cases and 2 fired bullets recovered from Gina Goulet's residence were confirmed to have been fired from the Ruger P89. This concludes the presentation on firearms. Thank you, commissioners and all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bird, for your presentation. It was a very difficult one, and we certainly greatly appreciate your presenting it to us in these circumstances. Thank you. Be appropriate at this time to take a break, 15 minutes.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
Fail on hiding behind the skirts. Everybody's seeing through this bullshit now. Everybody's seeing through it. The psychological warfare, you know, I don't know, probably people thought I was full of shit a long time ago. This is what they do. Trot it out. Fail. Shame on your family! All of you! And there will be permanently. Neither identified nor eliminated, neither identified nor eliminated, kept saying it. You know, when I was reading the reports, I'm like, okay, so what weapon actually fired anything then? And where in the hell is the gun on the log pile? Obviously, that's not even Greg Blair's because the magazine's missing. Who would take the magazine if it was his gun? 3 items I found so far. 3 that are missing in the warrants. From warrants to the interviews, which should be intact and should have everything. With Lisa, can't find them. Uh-oh. Does that mean you're scrubbing? Does that mean you're cleaning out her interviews? Shame on these people. Shame! And they need to be, that's the way it needs to be called out. Needs to be called out. With that righteous anger. Not violence, not, we want to hurt you or any of this nonsense. No. We're going to remember. You live in our communities. Your children live in our communities. Your grandchildren will live in our communities. And we'll remember. Who's going to come and help you? Shame! And people need to start saying that. Start standing up. Get down there. Get signs. Shame on all of you. No more sitting around. No more sitting on couches. Got to get out there. And the people in, where is, people like alternative media and stuff like that. I mean, you can kind of, I'm not even going to touch that stuff today. Where has rebel media been? Not one peep. Not since the beginning. Never one iota. You got diaper media over in the MSM. You got hero stories. You got them running game all the time. Cover stories, bullshit that they pump out. Okay, that's, again, people are beginning to see through this one, right? Colt law enforcement. Not available for Okay, let's see what this is. Gabe C8 is LEO military contract rifle. It's not available for civilian. No civvy could buy through Diempo or Defense, Colt Defense Canada. Uh-oh. Somehow I have, you see, it's just, doesn't matter. As long as it's getting told now, people are seeing it now. I don't care. Scream from the mountaintops before. Get called crazy. No. Oh, did you? Uh-huh. Chang? What did you hear? What did you hear? No. It's not because they don't have any balls. This is all part of a greater thing. Again, I'm not going to touch it. Shameful. Shame! Shame! You bring out women to cry? Where is Burl today? Talk about PTSD. Anybody who's part of this. Whoa. Think about all of those things when you're sitting down. They're watching. Good morning. Think about all those things that you're going to see the rest of your life. 23 dead bodies. A community that doesn't trust you. Families that are sitting there with missed loved ones at dinner, at special events, not just then, just day to day. And they're sitting there and they're like, oh, all those memories, all that pain is all going to be carried on your shoulders. All of it. Oh no. Oh, I see a bad psychological forecast in the future for people. Very bad. PTSD has certain fallouts, addictions, suicides. Great thing to leave with your family. And all of the havoc that you will wreak along the way because it's eating in your subconscious. Your disposition, everything, the tireless nights, all of it. Shame. Morning, Chris Lee. Aletta, good morning. Don't know what lab or lab technician used, but sounds like they should try. New lab technician. A sarcasm heavy. Sarcasm? The tan color Colt carbine. Don't know anything about that. As soon as I heard Colt law enforcement, way before that. Down the video down in Shuby, I know when that came out right at the beginning, and I'm like, be terribly bad if there were RCMP weapons issued. Fuck, man, people are going to have a good time going through and finding all the stuff, all of the stuff that we said all along. And when we said it, just kind of keeps coming true. I don't think I'm on mute, am I? Don Johnson. Was wondering about that one. Why hasn't he been charged? He illegally transferred a weapon. Give me. What, because they have no balls? What do we live in? A world of sissies? And it's not a male female thing when I say that. You know what I mean. People that have strength, fortitude. Good morning, Patriot. Ezra acts like he cares about ratings. I'm not going to go there today. Mercedes. Whilst I'm not dumping on Rebel for certain stories that they run, but it's all part of something much greater. So someone should call in and mental health. Yes, maybe, perhaps, maybe make a mental health call for that lady. Sounds like she's having some problems. I'm totally being facetious. She'll do it on her own. I assure you. Her family will probably be stepping in at some point down the line. Of course, they will have to say I'm related to that, as all the people involved, all of them. They again, yeah. I'm not dumping on Rebel entirely, because it's just like the media. You have to give some truth, something for people to hold on to, something to identify with, and it's there. I find great stories, just like I find great stories in the media. You have to have a little bit of both. But be sure to never test anything thoroughly, but go and take guns away from legal gun owners. But don't charge people who are legally transferring weapons. That makes sense, doesn't it? oh gosh, they're watching right now and they're like, oh shit, what do we keep stepping in every day, and it's just going to get worse. More people. I want to share something with you. I alluded to it earlier. I haven't contacted this person. I have read something that they wrote once on air, and they did us a very kind thing. And I appreciate people who speak out and bring more attention, especially when it's international, to this story. And it will only grow. Hidden agendas will come to the surface. People's subversion will come to the surface. All of it. Everything you stated so far has been correct. That's not true. I periodically do find things and then I forget even. I'm like, oh, I said in that video something or other, especially with all the documents, right? Like, I'm like, oh, I haven't seen that yet. I don't think so. Or whatever. And then I do find it and then I feel like a bit of an asshat. See, even this morning, I typed something in there and they were talking about the P89. And I'm like, well, there's no symbol. They weren't even talking about the right weapon. But between running this gong show over here, dealing with the emotions of all the family members that I speak to, thank you for speaking with me. Thank you. I'm glad that we are here to help in any way, shape, or form, provide a platform for you also, and the ones that are watching that are quiet in the background. But this is this thing, this one here, sinking ship. Get off it. Anybody who's on, bad idea, real bad idea. And all those old videos are going to be real interesting stuff to go back through, even though there's a lot. I'd say this. Sorry. Did I not bring my glasses in? One moment. I could have sworn I brought my glasses in. I kind of need them. They've destroyed my eyesight. Literally. All weapons issued to RCMP are black, not FDE, black, flat, black, dark earth. Okay, I don't know enough about this stuff. Controlled opposition, yes. Wonder RCMP would do company over 2 billion. Oh, well, right. So, sorry, I was looking at that, right? I read the story. Thank you to the person in the background who sent this to me. Got a lot of good people. Read this story earlier this week, but of course, streams are long. Larkin. Okay. Larkin came in and White went out. And Larkin's old. No offense on you, sir. But he's had a long service record, 30 years, I think, already, with Waterloo. And now he's with the RCMP. Okay. And what is he doing? He's doing things like the gun program. Was there a problem with the gun program? Stephen White, out. He retired. Wonder if he's going to get an appointment to something or other. Maybe he'll get a justice of the peace also. Conclusion already written. What was it? June 29th. Already had been done by then. 2021. Oh. So one of the items missing in those warrants is 15 minutes up is the reference to fingerprints, possible fingerprints on weapon that Lisa picked up because Gabe told her to. Okay. You didn't have to tell me, Kendall, but it's true. Yeah. Absolutely. Totally different. That's why they wanted those hidden, you know? They want it all hidden. Not 13 million. Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself into thinking it's only 13 million. It's going to be really pricey. This whole charade between all of the people working in the background, the war room, you know, the subversion and all the groups and the channels and things like that. Oh boy. Rebel is avoiding a lot of stories lately. You gotta be picky and choosy. That's what you gotta do. Send a picture of the rifle I'm referring to. Okay. RCMP had a chance to catch. This is what, you know, like these stories that the media writes are just sad. You know, the covering up. Of course, because they're getting all the money. That's who pays for these bills, right? And the bosses way upstairs outside of this country that rule this shit. Where are the forensic reports? Well, they're kind of dubious to the best that I found, which is silver and black, not all black. Absolutely. Absolutely. What do they call that? Brushed steel or something or other. It's got the nice stamp. We've reviewed that a few times over here. Lisa picking up gun. That's one of three, at least, that I've identified that seem to be missing in the interviews, but are mentioned in the ITOs. So that would mean that the interviews are being scrubbed, cleaned, edited, you know, ... Inaudible. Sentences that aren't complete, which nobody would speak. Of course. Oh, they're not going to, they may make the bench. You know, there will be possible appointments and things like that. It's what's going to happen to their psyche and what's going to happen to them in the community. It won't matter. Won't matter. I know my grandfather retired as a judge, and, you know, he had a pretty good conscience. It was nice and clean. Too bad about these people. Hopefully lawyers
Welcome back.
can
The
pick up on
proceedings are
stuff.
again in session.
Thank you
Keep
very
raining
much.
out those questions and
We will
observations,
now
please.
hear from Commission Counsel Jen Cox, who will present and summarize briefly two commissioned reports. Ms. Cox.
Good morning, commissioners, public, families, and council. This morning, first off, we're going to
Hello,
hear
Vince.
the report of Dr. Blake Brown, the history of gun control in Canada. Madam Registrar, it's 0053823, so if that could be so marked.
That's Exhibit 2108.
And the purpose of my presentation here this morning is to just walk you through the contents of the report itself. so that you have some familiarity with it. Of course, the participants have now had an opportunity to review the report. And this is basically for the public so that you have an understanding of the general contents of the report. So with respect to Mr. Brown,
Relevance?
Dr.
Relevance.
Brown is a professor of history and the chair of the Department of History at St. Mary's University. He's also an adjunct professor at the Schulich School of Law at Dalhousie University and a member of the College of New Scholars of the Royal Society of Canada. His main field of research is Canadian legal history, and he has authored or co-authored 3 books: Arming and Disarming, A History of Gun Control in Canada, A Trying Question, The Jury in 19th Century Canada, and A History of Law in Canada, Volume 1, beginning to 1886. So the subject matter of Dr. Brown's report, I apologize, Dr. Brown. That is the second time I've done that. The report includes a history of the evolution of the firearms technology in Canada, a legal history of the firearms regulation in Canada, and an overview of the historic influences on regulation. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about the evolution of firearms technology. And we are going to refer to long guns in the first instance. So the report provides an overview of the evolution of firearms technology from the 1800s to the present. And in the 1800s, the long guns were generally single-shot, smoothbore firearms loaded through the muzzle, which were slow to load. And they were also inaccurate beyond 100 meters and often misfired. So at that point in time, the technology, or the long gun technology, was quite archaic, and the ability to do much with a gun in a very short period of time was obviously very limited because of the technology that was present at the time. Then into the late 1800s, we look at semi-automatic rifles being developed. Although the Canadian military and civilians still continue to use bolt-action rifle designs well into the 20th century. And the Canadian military in the 1950s to 80s starts to issue the C1A1 semi-automatic rifles as standard infantry weapons. I think it's interesting for people to know that the Canadian military used bolt-action firearms as its standard infantry rifle in World War I, World War II, and the Korean War. So the semi-automatic rifles didn't become something that the military in Canada used until after the 1950s. In the mid-1980s, we see the Canadian military adopting the C7 with the select fire capability as standard infantry weapon, being able to be used in a single fire, semi-automatic, or fully automatic mode. And we heard a little bit about select fire from Co-Counsel Midberg earlier, but the select fire capability is the ability to move from a automatic to a semi-automatic weapon, essentially. With respect to the long guns, we see in 1970 semi-automatic center fire rifles that accept large capacity magazines, often based on military designs, enter the civilian market, such as the AR-15. We also need to remember the center fire, which is the type of ammunition that the gun can take. And that's important in terms of understanding how much damage the individual weapon can inflict. From 1970 to 1980, the Canadian retailers and gun
Sorry, I'm going to pause this for one moment. So I guess it's not going to be quite live. Please start raining out the questions again. Important things, like 18 and 19, things that they're supposed to be investigating, help them along. They can't write a report. Oh, well, they did ahead of time. Please help them. Please start raining those important questions down. I'll start highlighting them. Thank you.
That the gun could not fire automatically, only semi-automatically. So that's important in terms of understanding firearms, is whether it can fire semi-automatically or automatically. And that's what the select fire capability does. In 1976, the Calgary Herald also, so there was a number of references in the report with respect to the newspaper reports over the years. 1976, the Calgary Herald, January 5th, the seller was selling an AR-15 semi-automatic assault rifle. In 1978, the Montreal Gazette published an advertisement for an FN FAL semi-automatic assault rifle. And in 1982, the Edmonton Journal spoke of an assault rifle, including an AR-15 and Ruger Mini 14, which was an Edmonton company that sold firearms, advertising them as assault rifles. So just to give you some history as to where some of the language may have originated, this was in the 70s, obviously, and early 80s. In the early 1990s, the firearms community adopted the term modern sporting rifles. This was shortly after the École Polytechnique massacre in 1989. And in 1994, the US Congress passed an assault weapons ban, which caused the word assault weapon to be something that was controversial. In Canada, the number of modern sporting rifles is unknown because many of the classified non-restricted firearms are not registered. So estimates in Canada are that there's between 150,000 and 518,000 out of a total of 12.7 million legal and non-legal firearms, just to give you some sense of what kind of ammunition we may have here in Canada. Handguns. So handguns as opposed to the long guns. So we heard a little bit about the long guns this morning from my colleague, Ms. Bird. The handguns also, were very rudimentary in the early days. They had the manual loading of ammunition, which was the muzzle loaded. So you're loading it in the front of the gun as opposed to the back of the gun. And the early designs also had the revolving cylinder with 5 or 7 rounds of ammunition, which most of us know as a revolver. The development of the semi-automatic handguns increased the rate of fire for handguns, allowing handguns to carry more ammunition and made them obviously faster to reload. And then at the same time, in the late 1800s, we were seeing more inexpensive mass-produced revolvers. So those are the ones with the cylinders on the top with the 5 or 7 rounds of ammunition. And this is when we started to see safety concerns with respect to handguns starting to evolve. So again, the late 1800s, because there were no legal limits on who could buy a handgun and few limits on when they could be carried. And of course, they were smaller than a long gun, so something that you could conceal fairly easily. So the timeline of the firearms legislation somewhat correlates to the development or the advancement of technology of firearms. There are a number of key legal terms and concepts, which Ms. Bird has already talked about this morning in fairly significant detail, that are also noted in this document. But the prohibited device, the prohibited firearm, the restricted firearm, and the non-restricted firearm are key pieces of lingo for Canada, and that is how we classify our firearms now in Canada. With respect to the registration, there is a centralized registry system for firearms created, and I'll speak a little bit about that as we go through this in terms of the history of that. But that's what registration means: is where are their firearms themselves registered? And you did hear my colleague Ms. Bird speak a little bit about that as well this morning. The firearms acquisition certificate. So in 1977, that became what you were needing to have if you wanted to purchase a gun, and that required the formal background check before you could actually purchase and register a handgun only. That firearms acquisition certificate is now a PAL, possession and acquisition license. But that was the firearms acquisition certificate was the original form of background checks and others for the individuals looking to obtain handguns. There's also some other words in here: legislation and orders in council. And part of the concepts with Dr. Brown's report are that there are sort of a piecemeal approach in Canada to how we legislate or regulate firearms. And that is because we have both the legislation, which is the Firearms Act and the Criminal Code. And of course, for all the lawyers in the room, that makes a whole lot of sense to us. And then there's the orders in council that are issued by the governor in council, which is a little bit different. Governor General. That's a little bit different, and that's subject to the government at the time that allows the order in council to be issued. So we have two different sort of schemes that are creating laws in Canada currently, and it's important to understand those. Not only do we have the criminal code, the firearms legislation, but we also have the orders in council that are being issued by the government of the day. And we'll talk a little bit about that history as well as we go through this. So from 1877 to 1934, I talked a little bit about handguns becoming a concern because they were more accessible and they were easily concealed. It led to a series of legislative restrictions. So in 1934 was the first legislation creating handgun registration. So handguns were the first type of firearms that were regulated in Canada. And again, it was 1934. And that tracking system or registration system had the data from the firearm, the type of firearm, the owner, and the purpose. There was no centralized system for tracking or keeping this information, but that was the first thing in Canada where they started to keep track of the firearms themselves. And it was important to know the purpose for which the individual was seeking the firearm, because it was important for the purposes of the legislation to understand if it was for defensive property, for example. We also know in 1951 that the centralized registry system for handguns became a requirement. The RCMP was required by 1951 to maintain the centralized registry system for handguns, again, only handguns in 1951. And the quote from Minister Justice Stuart Garson at the time emphasized that handguns were particularly dangerous firearms and thus needed to be regulated closely. So this was the sentiment in 1951. And again, it was only for handguns. The next major piece of legislation was in 1969. The Parliament passed a criminal law reform bill that included provisions related to the classification of firearms. So this is when we first start to see firearms classified as not restricted, or prohibited, which is what Ms. Bird spoke about already this morning. This also gave provisions for the governor and council to declare firearms as restricted or prohibited by issuing an order in council. And again, this is what I spoke about a little bit earlier. The order in council is the government of the day so whoever's in power can have the governor and council declare a firearms restricted or prohibited. Whereas legislation or laws have to go through the parliamentary process. So those of us who are lawyers know that it goes through several readings in the House of Commons, then it goes to the Senate and it gets royal assent, which is a long process. And sometimes that takes the whole sitting of the government to have those pieces of legislations passed, where a governor and council or an OIC is a little bit quicker to have. So that was the first time that we start to see that in, and again, it's 1969. 1977, the Criminal Law Amendment Act. So we're now seeing the Firearms Acquisition Certificate, which I've mentioned already, which requires the formal background check. The restricted weapon definition includes a weapon not prohibited with a barrel length of less than 18.5 inches. Automatic weapons are prohibited except for grandfathering, and the power of the governor and council is expanded at that point in time, so 1977. And we also have an order in council restricting 5 semi-automatic firearms, including the AR-15 in 1977. In 1979 and 1980, the order in councils that were issued in those years reduced, so moved some of the restricted weapons off the list from 1977. So there were less restricted weapons in 1979 and 1980 than there were in 1977. 1991, there was some criminal code amendments. There is no more background information required for the firearms acquisition certificate. And this is when we start to see the storage and transportation guidelines of firearms. So you would probably have heard the word careless storage. So that's, the gun cabinets, the trigger locks, those types of things are all required as a result of some of the legislative amendments. In 1994, we see the Criminal Code Amendment in response to the Montreal Massacre. So we see background checks being increased. There's a mandatory 28-day waiting period for that firearms acquisition certificate, so a cool-off period, and that's the first time we see that. We also see the prohibition of large capacity cartridge magazines for rifles. So in 1994, that is a criminal code amendment. Prior to that, we saw the order in council expand the number of restricted and prohibited weapons. In other words, there were more added to the list. In 1994, another 23 firearms are designated to imitate Army and police firearms. So they are prohibited because of their designation. 1995, we see some more criminal code amendments. There are increased penalties for crimes using a firearm, which currently in Canada, if you use a firearm in the commission of a crime, there are specific penalties in the criminal code in relation to first, second, third offense. And those are fairly significant crimes in Canada. So you can face upwards of 14 years in a federal penitentiary if you are convicted of any of those types of crimes. With respect to classification, the Governor and Council prohibition is expanded. So the Governor and Council is permitted to now look at reasonable for use in Canada for hunting and sporting purposes. Before, the discretion was with respect to whether it was commonly used in Canada for hunting or sporting purposes. And again, when we talk about the Governor and Council prohibition or the ability to issue an order in council, and this exists in the debates before the House of Commons, the reason for including this reasonable use in the opinion of the Governor and Council was so that there was no potential loopholes. Because one of the loopholes that could have existed prior to this amendment was an individual could bring a new firearm into Canada, and create a shooting event, because it would, the previous wording was commonly used in Canada for hunting or sporting purposes, so they could create a shooting event and then say that they were, the firearm was not prohibited or not restricted because it was being used in a hunting or sporting purpose, for hunting or sporting purpose. So that was the purpose of allowing that particular piece of the criminal code to be amended. In 1995, we also see the Firearms Act come into play. So that is the universal licensing system. Most of us are now familiar with that. And it also was when long guns then needed to be registered. So the handguns were already needing to be registered in 1950. Now in 1995, we add the long guns. In 2012, the long gun registry was eliminated. So my colleague this morning indicated that the long gun registry was eliminated in 2012. So it's no longer a requirement in Canada to register a long gun unless it's within the provisions of the restricted, prohibited, or categories. In 2015, there was another ordering council that removed 2 semi-automatic rifles from the prohibited list. So it took 2 of the semi-automatic rifles away in 2015. And then in 2015, there was a new piece of legislation called the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. The purpose of the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act was to amend the criminal code to allow changes to what was defined as a restricted and prohibited firearm, and to permit firearms prescribed by the ordering council. So we talked a little bit about that already, as either non-restricted or restricted. So in other words, the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act apparently overrode the existing orders in council and provisions of the governor and council. So it was essentially moving back from regulating firearms. In 2019, an act to amend certain acts and regulations again, so more legislation, it repealed portions of the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. So 2015, and then 4 years later, part of it was repealed. And then finally, as my colleague has mentioned this morning, we have the ordering council banning several specific models of semi-automatic centerfire firearms May 1st, 2020, very shortly thereafter the mass casualty here in Nova Scotia of April 2020. The types of firearms that were prohibited were semi-automatic action with sustained rapid fire capability. So they were tactical military design with a large magazine capacity. They were modern in their design, and there were a number of them present in the Canadian market at the time. So one of the things that Dr. Brown does in his report too as well is he talks about what were the influences on regulation. So we talked a little bit about the design of firearms and how they've evolved, but there's also been events in Canada's history and internationally that have influenced firearms regulation. Public concern over semi-automatic firearms and handguns began to sort of rise in the 1970s. So the first indication of that in Dr. Brown's report is in the 1970s, the FLQ were in possession of semi-automatic rifles, and that raised concern. In 1976, a 13-year-old boy mail-ordered an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle from an Edmonton gun dealer. And in the Alberta paper that talked about it, we don't need AR-15 rifles, the columnist wrote, around any more than we need tanks for people. So there were some conversations taking place in 1976 in Alberta, at least as a result of that 13-year-old boy mail ordering an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. We also have in Canada the criminal use of the semi-automatic rifles, and of course the 1989 École Polytechnique massacre in Montreal, where 14 women were killed and more than a dozen others were injured. In 2005, an HK-91 semi-automatic rifle in Mayerthorpe, Alberta, killed 4 members of the RCMP. And in 2017, a semi-automatic VZ-58 rifle and a 9mm semi-automatic pistol at the Islamic Cultural Center of Quebec City were used, and 6 people were killed there. And of course, there are many other examples in Canada. These are just a few that were noted in Dr. Blake's report in terms of the things that may have influenced regulation. And of course, if we look back, there were some changes to the laws shortly after 1989 in Canada. The semi-automatic rifles being used outside of Canada, there's some very well-known tragedies that are known to most of us. The Sandy Hook Elementary shooting, where there were 27 fatalities in 2012. That was as a result of an AR-15 type rifle. The 2016 Orlando nightclub shooting, where there were 49 fatalities. A semi-automatic rifle as well. A 2017 Las Vegas Music Festival shooting in Nevada, 58 fatalities. An AR-15 type rifle, an AR-10 type rifle. 2011, a 22 of July shooting in Norway, 67 fatalities. A semi-automatic Ruger Mini 14 rifle was possessed, and the 2019 Christchurch Mosque shooting in New Zealand, 51 fatalities, and there were several firearms, including 2 semi-automatic rifles. And these are the things that Dr. Brown sets out in more detail in his report. These are just some of the examples he's provided that I've pulled out for the purposes of explaining the contents of the report. In addition, from 1973 to 2020, there are various public opinion polls that are noted in the report that speak about people's opinions in relation to guns in particular in Canada. So those are things that may have influenced regulation of guns and firearms in Canada. There has been a substantial debate with respect to the terminology. Whether it's an assault-style firearm, a semi-automatic center-fire rifle, there is the word assault-style rifle in this report because that has been referred to in some of the literature, the public opinion polls, the advertisements, even the House or the legislative debates of the time. But the important part to remember here is that a semi-automatic center-fire rifle that can receive a detachable magazine can be something that is very lethal in a very short period of time because of the type of ammunition that it takes. And if it's a detachable magazine, that means it can be loaded very quickly. So these are the concerns in terms of the public safety that if you look through the material and what was discussed as time has gone on, that's a lot of what Dr. Brown brings forward in his report as to how did we get to this point in time. And there are other words that can be used. So military style rifles, modern sporting rifles, black rifles, assault weapons, assault rifles, lots of different terminology. So as we can see, the firearms technology has evolved since the 1800s from very simple manual front-loading weapons. I imagine the situation where you put the gunpowder in the top of the gun and you push it down with the I'm not sure what the proper word would be, but the stick, to situations where we now have modern multi magazines and automatic weapons. And the Canadian governments have tended towards enacting legislation and orders in council. So there's 2 different types of legislation or regimens in Canada that have appeared to respond to concerns that were raised either in relation to public safety. So in debates, events that have happened, people's concerns with respect to the public safety have generated changes to the laws in Canada over the past 150 years. And there have been a range of factors that have influenced it. So as we talked about the technology, the advance in technology, the ability to do harm in a very short period of time, the criminal events in Canada or nationally, and of course, public opinion has had an influence on this. And that's something that can be determined by looking at a number of the documents that existed over the years, and that's partly what Dr. Brown sets out in his report. So the public can now see the commission report at the masscasualtycommission.ca under documents, research, and commission reports. And this is one of the commission reports that will be discussed later on when the commission roundtables take place. And that's the end of that particular presentation.
Thank you so much.
So the next presentation is in relation to a second commission report. And before we go too far, I want to make sure I get that marked as an exhibit as well. So the report is titled Mass Shootings and Masculinity. It is written by Dr. Tristan Bridges and Dr. Leah Tober. COM number 0055671, Madam Registrar.
That's Exhibit 2109.
2,109 exhibits. Wow.
2,000? She's even surprised.
So Dr. Tristan Bridges is a sociologist from the University of California in Santa Barbara. His areas of research include a focus on gender studies, including studying shifts in the meanings and practices associated with masculinities. He studies this dynamic in diverse settings and contexts. One of this is the Project on Mass Shootings in the United States that has involved collecting new data and critically considering how we should define incidents as mass shootings in the first place. Dr. Leah Tober is also a sociologist at the Department of Sociology in the University of California, Santa Barbara, and her research focuses on the ways we navigate difficult pasts and events. Her dissertation research focused on World War II official and popular memory in Ireland, and her current research involves data collection on mass shootings in America, including the analysis of media coverage of these horrific events as well as official responses to these shootings. Dr. Bridges and Tober are collaborating on a research project currently focused on mass shootings in America. This particular commission report provides information about the rates of gun ownership, gun-related homicides, and mass shootings in the United States and some internationally. It talks about gun culture as an important determinant, so an important factor in the rates of gun violence, and suggests that gun cultures vary between countries and even between the United States. It's really important, I think, for everyone to remember that although the report refers to mass shootings, this is the terminology that's actually used within the United States scholarly and political or policy literature. And the commission here has chosen to refer to this as the mass casualty in recognition of the broad range of harms that have experienced, we here in Nova Scotia have experienced over a wide geographic area. So you'll see the word or hear the word mass shootings, but this is the terminology that we're using from the United States. The paper or the commission report speaks to the challenges with defining mass casualty and mass shooting. Because there is a lack of scholarly consensus as to what is a mass casualty and mass shooting, data that's in relation to these events is not being collected. data variables such as how many victims or shooters, how many locations, or what may have precipitated the shooting can impact whether something is considered a mass casualty. And this is important for the purposes of studying and learning from what mass casualties, the social problem of a mass casualty. This lack of information of the gaps in data and the subsequent scholarly research can make it really difficult to properly assess what steps could be taken to prevent it without knowing all of the details of any sort of mass shooting or mass casualty. And what was surprising to me when I read this report was how this data is difficult and is not actually consistently gathered, even in the United States. So one of the things that the research also does is questions why mass shootings are overwhelmingly committed by men. So it talks about that in this commission report, why men commit mass shootings in the United States much more commonly than other parts of the world. And these aspects will be discussed more in July, again, at the roundtables. There is agreement with respect to the statistics in the United States, and most of the data that has been used for this report is the United States, because that is the most available research material. And the number of mass casualties or mass shootings in the United States far outweighs any other place in the world. But there is statistics and research to show that the mass shootings are more common than in the United States than any other nation, and there's no disagreement about that. That's been an increase since 2000. So this graph shows two different things: the frequency of mass shootings and the rates of mass shootings between 1983 and 2013. And the question is should we be looking at rates or should we be looking at frequency? And the problem with rate is that it's based on the number of events or incidents based on the population of 100,000 or 1 million people. So it depends on how many people live there and how many incidents have happened to get the rate. But that sometimes can affect a place like Nova Scotia, for example. We have a fairly low population, but if we have several incidences in a very short period of time, but don't normally have them, we automatically have a higher rate of shootings as compared to perhaps Ontario, which has a much greater population. So frequency, as opposed to rates, is actually a better metric because more meaningful information of the actual events can be obtained. We're less likely to have random events or random spurs of events impact the data. And it's important to actually get the real event and understand the incident so that you can look at the social problems that underlie it. So correlations and limitations. Some of the material that's in the report talks about the fact that there are studies that have shown that a country's rate of gun ownership increased the odds that it would experience a mass shooting. So that is Adam Langford, an article that was read for the International Journal of Comparative and Applied Criminal Justice in 2015. We also see in the report a comparison of Canada and the United States illustrates that the focus only on the rate of gun ownership is insufficient because here in Canada, we have a fairly high rate of gun ownership. And it notes that all but 5 other nations in the world have more than Canada, but we have a similar number of mass shootings to nations with a much lower gun ownership rate. So the argument in the material is that guns and gun scholars alike argue that the firearms ownership rates don't fully explain gun violence. It's but one factor. And understanding gun culture is also part of the report. So what does gun culture encompass? What are the meanings attributed to guns with specific cultural settings? Explaining that firearms take on different meanings for different groups, even within a single society. And in many societies, firearms are gendered as masculine. Firearms policy should account for the cultural significance and the meanings of firearms. And the reason for that would be the meaning attributed to guns can look like how many members of the society or population own guns. Therefore, you want to address that why and how when you are developing policies that will address public safety, because ultimately that's what this is all about, is what are the tools we need to put in place to address any public safety concerns. And there have been shifts in gun culture. So early in United States history, there was, the emphasis on hunting and recreation, and that was why you had a firearm. And that ideology has now shifted to armed self-defense. There also has been different gun cultures that exist within the same nation, which may help explain the variation of gun violence in different United States with similar rates of gun ownership. And we're going to see that in the next slide. We'll talk a little bit about, or I'll talk a little bit about what the graph shows for how gun violence varies between the United States. So on the screen, you'll see on the very left, you'll see the top, it says Arkansas, so their initials, Arkansas, Montana, and Wyoming. And you'll see that they have a very high rate. So the numbers that go up on the left-hand side, those are the rates of gun ownership. So they have almost between 60 and 70% gun ownership in those states, but yet have very few, if no, mass shootings. Because at the very bottom, you'll see the 0. And if we look at the very bottom of the slide, it says the frequency of mass shootings. So it goes from 0 to 50 to 100. So Wyoming, Montana, and Arkansas are between sort of 0 and perhaps 10, if that. Whereas on the other side of the graph, we see Illinois and California. So on the very right-hand side, you'll see Illinois .il, and then you see another one that says CA, California. The rates of gun ownership in those states are somewhere in the neighborhood of 30%, but yet the mass shootings are in the range of 200 to 260. And this occurred over a 5-year period. So these statistics were gathered from the 2013 to 2019 window. But that just goes to show you that rates of gun ownership don't necessarily dictate the number of mass shootings. And this is the United States only, so it's a very wide difference in the United States. So the paper looks at access to firearms rates and legislation as factors, but not the only things that contribute to gun violence. It's important to pay attention to that gun culture. And because firearms ownership and access to firearms are regulated by government, it's important for the government to include that gun culture in their conversations, because it may not be just a legislative focus. It may be something else, and that's not spoken to in the paper, but the paper or the commission report speaks to the various factors that can be considered and should be considered, particularly the gun culture, which does vary between nation and nation and also within societies. Firearms policy can also attend to the cultural significance and meanings of a nation or society. And there will be more discussions in more in-depth in July, so that there will be sort of a more fulsome discussion about the factors and how to best address the social problem of mass casualties and shootings in relation to these cultural factors. This particular commission report is available to read in full at the masscasualtycommission.ca website under Documents, Research, and Commission Reports. And that is the conclusion of the second commission report, commissioners and participants.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cox.
So
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if this is an appropriate time for break for lunch?
Yes, I was just discussing that with Commissioner Stanton and Commissioner Fist. Excuse me. We'll break then. Thank you again, Ms. Cox, and we'll break until 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 12:45.
Yes, who was in the ambulance? That could be problematic. Thrown it out there a few times. We'll see. Let's do medical malpractice. Much bigger targets. I have a feeling. I don't know. There may be some reports to bar associations. Maybe. Those are pretty brutal, from what I've heard. Only open investigations in the bar associations. Pretty bad. Very tarnishing to one's legal reputation. And to, possible people that are participating on, say, the government end or wherever. I don't know. I'm not threatening. I'm just saying I could see people doing that. I could see people saying, well, goodness me, oh my. Aren't you an officer of the court? Don't you have a code of ethics that you uphold? Who else in this story may have violated their code of ethics? Maybe under investigation currently. Or, sorry, convicted of it. At least with the Bar Association. Bar Association. Found in violation, shall we say. Guess you didn't much. Hello, dear. American gun culture is not the point here. That'll be an important time to note down. 8:38 my time. All these things. Retrospect. They may. Yeah, you got to keep those questions rolling. It's doing, I'm not joking with you, it's doing serious damage. Serious damage. And they know it. So you got to keep on point with questions to do with 18 and 19, because that is what they're supposed to be finding out about. Even though their mandate says, blah, 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 blah. They're supposed to be doing something to find out what in the hell happened. So let's hear about that when we get back from, where are they at here? 11:45. Okay, so now we've got an hour. What was another story? Let's do that. Where's that? Oh, after years of pressure, 78% of frontline Mounties are now carbine trained. Edmonton Police Chief. Where was that other one? Oh, I mean, even they're having a tough time trying to Do you know how many investigations have been? You see, I love this word. Do you see? And I saw Tony mention that the mistakes, the bunglings, no, fail. That's called covering up. It's called collusion. It's called criminal. It's been happening. The excuse doesn't work any longer. No longer. Too many mistakes. Too many mistakes in this investigation. Way too many. But think of all the ones to do with, just say, Justin Trudeau. Not that I'm not into politics, because I'm not. But think about it. Stick any leader in there, frankly. I don't care. You know, like, say, the vetting of Miriam Monsef, that was really good. Oh, she got cleared, 3-4 times for security clearance. Highest security clearance in the country. You didn't even know where she was born. Or did you? And it just was, because it was really clear. I used to do videos about that. Very familiar with that story. Anyway, brown envelopes. Not U.S. gun culture. But think about them all. What is that? 2 Aga Khan Island ones. You've got SNC Lavalin. On and on and on. SNC Lavalin gets charged. What, they kicked in the door on the board meeting? Come on, man. This is all a sham. We paid for it. Why was Lisa Banfield put in an ambulance? I probably should, because I want them to come back when we come back, because they're just going to, more drivel. Drown people in drivel. McDonald loves the word lunch. Yeah. Well, it's going to follow them. I know they think they can just speed through this one and it'll just be over. And everybody will say, oh, good. We're all done here. We're all done. Really? Really? Because I think you'd have to, you're still going to be residing in communities and things like that, are you not? Again, that's not what I'm saying is anything threatening by any stretch. Your reputation will precede you. Your family's legacy. Ouch. Sorry about the PTSD. I'm not paying for it. What you saw is what you need to see. And you need to spread that message far and wide. And anybody who's in Nova Scotia needs to get their ass down to the hotel with signs. Shame. I guarantee you, if I was there, I'd be there. Shame. Screaming it. Well, maybe not screaming. That's a bit. We got the timer, Julia. You're keeping a notebook, I hope, of all this, because I have to go back and update some thumbnails and things. Julia, our official timekeeper. No, that's interesting. Question about the Indigenous thing. It's get off into other things. The Polytechnique shit. They're going to go there hard. Watch it. Wow. They were not happy when I exposed that. They did not like that. Oh, well. It did kind of go away a little bit. Still floating around some on the Facebergs. Man, I know you guys are over there doing your shit. But everybody sees through it. Doesn't have anything to do with what? Relevance. Get seafood platters. I like a seafood platter. I've gotten lost eyesight. That's what I've got. Which is, frankly, nothing compared to families. And frankly, look at our communities. Look at our police force. What was there? Oh, there was another one. Let's see. I think the oh, here's another one. RCMP supervisor during Nova Scotia mass shooting took extended leave amid second guessing. Let's see what else we've got here. BC, no, RCMP aren't faring well in their home base. Surrey's already got rid of them. Now, let's see, RCMP, let's just put that. RCMP in British Columbia. Gately. Oh, Gately's coming out too. Oh, you know, you get kind of these fuzzy stories like this one. BC should ditch RCMP and for its own force committee says. These are a bit more fuzzy on the fuzzy end. Go away, whatever that garbage is on the top. Nobody wants to watch it. RCMP won't speculate on next steps until reviewing reports. Province's commanding officer. Yeah. Well, it's kind of tough when nobody wants you. You can write all the reports you want till the cows come home. They just boot you out. Bye. But we wrote a report. Can't you see? We even did an interim report here. Back in, when we formed in the war room. Remember? We did that. I'm being sarcastic and obviously referring to this shit. But same thing. Write your reports. When people say goodbye, it doesn't matter. Think about like, a bad, like not a bad, but, a relationship ending. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you write all the letters in the world or you get them. If you don't want to be in the relationship anymore, you're done. Sorry. Bye. 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 Morning, Glenn. Where's the VIN from the burnt truck? Yeah, okay, so let's take a pause on the questions. We'll come back to those. Keep firing them out because they're reading them. Other people are reading them. Media's reading them. Good morning to them, too. They always watch. Then they write something and then they attribute it elsewhere. Yeah, fair enough. Go ahead. The bar is corrupt. Yeah. Sadly, I'd say there was a passage I wanted to read from a book. I should go and find it. It's very good. It's written by a judge I have a lot of respect for. And, I do have a lot of respect for him. And he stands up to the system. And he's not a person who stands up to the system, by and large. Like, meaning, he says, like, I don't like confrontation and things, but I have to stand up for what's right. And, they were trying to get him to bury some stuff, and he's like, no, sorry, just can't do that. I'll keep talking. And by the way, that journalist already has my story. So, sorry. Call me crazy. The history lesson doesn't apply given Ottawa, RCMP, CBC are pushing gun smuggler story, well, you can throw in all the other MSM too, because they're paid. So legal ownership, they just give you the diaper story, the diaper stories. While you have Max saying, oh yeah, by the way, one of the lead investigators in this, oh yeah, he's my brother-in-law. So sorry about that. Squid? No. We're going to write about diapers. Okay. Not like anybody doesn't see through that. Shame on the media. Do your job. There was a great story years and years ago. I can't remember the fellow's name who wrote for the National Post Media. And he wrote a story, and somehow it got through the editors, which is the tough part, right? Because they get the news just kind of fed down from the top. And I know that because I've talked to some journalists. And so anyway, he did happen to write an article, and it got through. And the editor was furious. And he knew that he was going to lose his job. He knew that writing the article. And he's like, no. He did a video about it afterwards. I had to do it anyway. Because if I don't, then I'm just part of it. Anybody who participates in any way, shape, or form is part of it. And all you have to do is just simply say, I'm done here. I don't want to participate. And not just quietly walk away, say, this is what I know. And if people start having that kind of courage stepping forward, love if some of these lawyers involved in this started saying, are we being muzzled? Standing up and saying that publicly in the hearing. I find we can't ask questions. And why is that? If that is in fact so. Wouldn't that be a fairly relevant question to ask? Why is it that we're so limited and hamstrung? Again, I'm not a lawyer, but certainly have a fair amount of them in my family. The premise of being a lawyer is to represent your clients to the best of your ability. And if you can't, then you have to raise that issue and say, I am not able to represent my client. Why am I being limited on that? Let's hear what the MCC has to say publicly back about that. It's a very good question. Fairly enlightening. Nova Scotia wants truth. Well, we want answers too, no? I speak like I'm from Nova Scotia. Canadians. But Nova Scotia wants truth. Nova Scotia wants answers. Not the ones that were prefabricated and then repeated in many different outlets. The ones that are probing questions, the ones that we get all the evidence. Public looks at it and says, hey, you know what? You came to the correct decision by and large. Because that's the way law works. Oh, we're not here to assign blame. Oh, you're there, though, to find out the events and repeat them. If your job isn't to assign blame, which clearly is a sham, and part of that, fair. But at least provide the evidence. Not in this, I have to talk about the way that they do their website. It's just shit. Not because it's oops. No. Very, very intentional. So that you go away. How many documents? Listen to the lady even there. She said how many 1,000 documents on balls? Overnight in bird. Some okay. Well, these are quasi-searchable, but then are the links going to work? Okay, here we go. Here's the firearms. Let's have a boo at that. Let's see if any of the links in here work. Probably they'll have the, bunk to do with old nonsense that they were spitting out today about some foreign countries and bullshit. Oh, okay. That's an interesting name. Anyway, moving along. Let's see if we can find something that has. How about those emails? Wonder if those are public yet. Did they make those public? Let's have a boo. Don't think so. Nope. Doesn't appear so. That would be all the emails, that they spoke about. I think it's in here. Police paraphernalia. So if we look for... references. 99, something's on the wall. Take one down, pass it around. I'll drink my non-alcoholic drink all the time. That's because I'm deeply ashamed of that. Not a secret. Fairly low. Anyway, let's see here. Sorry. Statements. Okay, those statements that are missing things, right? Like the gun, coat, whatever else. Okay. Emails. Page 356. Let's see if this one's made. Oh. Boo. Cookies. Cookie Monster. They don't want to tell you. Emails. What about the thousands of emails? Where are those between the person who didn't even know him? It's kind of like, where's the, whose phone was showing pictures up in GCS? I don't know this guy at all. Okay. So here we go. I think this is the document, is it not? I want to make sure. Select all. Let's go and get it. Okay. Beverly Davidson's. Okay, good. Just going through, I think those were public though before. Let's see if there's stuff in here that are not. Transcript of Robert Doucette. Oh. The media, who, of course, sworn to secrecy since the beginning. Isn't the dad gets to sit at home? What was that program they were using again? I wonder if Tara gets to review any of the information from home. Oh, yes, that's right. No, none of the families do. That's funny. They're already bound. And early access to stuff since the inception. Please write diapers. That's what you'll do. Because if you write diapers, we'll make sure that you still have the job. Perhaps you'll get an appointment. Do you know how many people in the media are in the RCMP right now? Currently in the RCMP that were formerly in the media, or that go on to be politicians. I don't know. Once upon a time, the Order of Canada actually, I think, kind of meant something. Kind of. Now they hand it out to anybody. Who was it? I was watching some bimbo on TV. I could see the pin. And I recognized the pin because my grandmother had an Order of Canada. So I was like, well, what the hell did she do? Oh, that was a big fat nothing. Just continue to push the propaganda. You'll get awards and things. I'm a member. I think she was a member. I'm like, I'm a member of the Order of Canada. Yeah, for what? Would be my question. Why? What did you do? Usually you kind of have to do things to earn things. You know, not shit things like, I don't know, covering up things, protecting people's asses, reading things off a prompter that are written for you. That involves zero skill. Zero. I can read. You can read. Wonder how many NDAs were signed. Perhaps these questions will come back. Please do continue when their drivel resumes. Stanton's thesis. Okay. Apparently concerned with American gun culture. Truth in all, too many. What power does MCC have over anybody? Well, they claim they have power. Remember that outcry? Oh, yeah, the back pocket one that they fired out in, I think it was under a week, if I go back correctly. Oh, yes, no, we have the inquiry. Inquiry. Liar. Ooh. Oh, all those clips are saved too. Well, no, I am not very good at saving things. Some people are better, obviously far better. Look at Julie. Yes. It's time for them to take a stand. They have to represent their clients. That's why they're there, to represent their clients. We pay them to serve the families. Okay, then serve them. And if you can't, please point that out publicly, because I don't like paying your bill. Do you? I don't like the fact that they're possibly, potentially violating ethics. That would be very unfortunate, wouldn't it? So just point that out to everybody, and then we'll see what their response is. Caucuses and such. How many timestamps? The timestamps. I think the VIN is out, Tony. From what the VINs are out, I believe. I think. It's not the crime, it's the cover-up. Well, the cover-up is actually more, almost sadly, well, it certainly affects more people. And it is more of a crime almost than the initial event, because how can families even hope to move on? if this is just going on, this sham, and they're being drug into the middle of it, they don't get a chance to walk away and say, okay. And they're getting hurt over and over and over again. Nothing, could ask questions. It might be too traumatic, blah, blah, blah. It is a lot to do with politics. I understand that. I just don't weigh into the political game because it's all owned. Just like when we need some lawyers to stand up and advocate for the truth. I hope somebody goes after RCMP pensions. I don't know that it can be done. I don't know that. I'm not a lawyer. Though I may have a hell of a lot of law running through my blood, I don't know that it can be done, but it's sure worth a try. I had this disagreement once with my mom about something. A case. Growing up in my family was an experience. It's a very different experience. A lot of people, go bowling and do interesting, fun things. We didn't do a lot of that. We did a lot of debating. We did a lot of legal things and logic. My family, which was good. Gave me great skills, which I'm very appreciative of, and hopefully I can learn to utilize to the best of my ability. But we were talking about a case once, and my mom said, "Oh, that's just going to go probably to a settlement." And I said, "This is not the way that I understood law. Not from my grandmother. No. A precedent, all that means is that it's there to be rewritten, to be challenged. You got the time, you got the money, and you got the emotion. Hey, anything can be done, at least attempted, and should. So, can it be done? I don't know that. Wouldn't it be worth a try? Because frankly, they hide behind that because they're just like, well, it doesn't affect anybody here. We'll just pay out of your own pocket. Here. Oh, this is your money. Here you go. What? No. How about the money you work for? If you fuck it up, you pay for it. Okay, they got all these great questions. Maybe I'll have to go back when they come back. MCC must explain. MCC's got a lot of explaining to do. And at the end of time, see, this is another thing I think people... Karma, what was it I was saying to somebody the other day? Most people know that I am Christian. I'm proud to be Christian. I have no problem with that. Love Jesus. But, fair enough. Everybody believes in different stuff. I'm cool with that. Most everybody believes in the fact that you do bad things, it will be revisited upon you at some point in time. So in my case, I certainly believe anybody who participates in this garbage is going to have to answer to somebody who can't write paper. There's no paper writing. There's none of that. You're just stand before the man. And then you're fucked. You're really fucked. And the person I was speaking to the other day, they're like, yeah, no, absolutely. In my case, I believe in karma. And I'm like, yeah, well, that comes back and bites people in the ass too. Uh-oh. That would be terrible. I did drop the link. Did I drop the link for this farce of a document? The next one that was drafted out, probably, I'm going to go with early 2021. They will be remembered for this mess. Oh, they will be. And nobody can let them forget, or their families. Hey, that's your granddad, isn't it? Sorry about you. Don't want to play. Thanks. Why is it that I have no friends? I don't know. RCMP needs a red Sharpie. An RCMP red Sharpie, sorry. Give a short message for a sign. Yeah. Sharpies on. What is to say that some people can't go out there and stand in front of the hotel? Hell, you can play my show if you want, or somebody else's. Don't care. But you can stand out there and say, shame, shame. You can wear placards. Doesn't cost anything. Maybe the trip, the gas, the Sharpie, the paper. Do the right thing and recycle it or do whatever afterwards. Why was Al Beijing rescued? Yeah. Hey, Linda. How's it going? Many of you have hopped in here. I didn't get a chance to say hello to. Peter, how's it going? MU, hello. Seawood. How many NDAs were signed? Yeah, and by who? Oh, that's a good question. Okay. Keep them coming when we come back, please. This police force, well, it needs some serious revamping, and they should be ashamed. Great members should be ashamed. Not just walk away in silence. Speak up. I was ashamed. I'm ashamed of the uniform I wear. Gosh, I hear that. I do hear that. And it is sad, because they obviously worked their whole lives. And that's their legacy. And then somebody comes along and fucks it up. And they're like, oh, yeah, I used to be a member of the RCMP. Ouch. And it's like that. Seriously. Members are like that. They're ashamed. They're so ashamed. They don't even want to admit some of them. Diapers and sex cells. Yep. Well, baffle the mess. If you're baffled easily, then don't know what to say about that. If the media did their jobs, they'd be ousted. Good. So what? So what? If it all falls apart, then we'll get something good, right? Enough of the crap all over the place going on. Advanced information warfare, mind warfare, psychological warfare, balkanization, siloing. I don't say the same fucking things. Well, I appreciate that. No, who should be on the MCC should be chosen by families, and funnily enough, it should be family members, probably, if they can endure it. But if they can't, then they should be able to choose who they believe that should be, right? They're the most effective parties, unless you get thrown into the individual class. In which case, then it's kind of well, who are you? There is a paper out there. There is a paper out there. Get it one day. Get it one day. Atypid. But they have people from out of country come in. How about have members that don't have such a fond opinion? Maybe they could participate equally. Kind of make it a 50-50. or something like that. Would be closer to the truth, I would think, because they would actually probably not give free passes or make up bullshit excuses like, oops, we just did another mistake. But what is it? Lily wanted to write? Bungle? Let's see what else we got here. Ditch the RCMP. Here's another one. This is their home base. They already lost Surrey. I've literally saw a billboard on the side of the highway. You've seen the advertisements. You've seen the fake Facebook accounts that the NPF has got, blasted everywhere, propagandizing, certain members and little stories here and there. Listen, if you do a great job, all the more power to you. But if you're fucking up, probably you should say that. If I ran a company, you're damn right, I would. I'd be like, okay, we like our product, but, we're having issues over here. Or these people aren't doing a great job. Fired. Sorry. That's the way it's going to be done. Oh my. That's the way it should be done, right? You wouldn't be covering up for your kids and things like that. You'd be like, no, try and do the best that you can. Here you go. We are invited to the table. We're at the table right now. We've been at the table the whole time. Why the fuck do you think that they write some of these documents? Pardon my French. Why do you think they come back from lunches and do certain things? Well, need a break. Ooh, those people are on the YouTube. Not tinfoil. You can prove it. Bunch of times in here. I think I even heard music at one of them. Or something. Yeah, I might have heard something. I have to go back. I do remember. Could be nothing. Bombard these legislators. Yes. Write letters. Write letters to the media. Write letters to MLAs. Write letters to so-and-sos. And like everybody. Why not? People who are in Nova Scotia, get out in front. Say, shame on you. What are you doing? If it was my kids, if it was my sister, my brother, I want answers. I don't want you hiding behind skirts and all this garbage. Get out there, write the letters. Make the phone calls. Start raining in comments on Rebel Media or whomever. Other alternative media sources. Hey, look here. This is a really serious problem. It's right in our country. And it's our government. And could you talk about that? Because I'd really like to know. I think, frankly, other Canadians would like to know. You guys have all kinds of resources. I'm sure you can find all kinds of things rather than some bunglehead in Alberta. By the way, don't ever misinterpret my self-deprecation. I'm very confident in who I am. I just don't need to speak about it. People see things. I used to respect the RCMP until 1992. Then I saw their true colors. All people that I knew in law enforcement have left the force in disgust now. Every one of them. Isn't that sad? You work your whole life and you have what to show for it? People mocking your force, people laughing at what you did. Warriors who still do always get totally shit on. And I was like, well, I don't think my family is like that, but I absolutely can see. This is when I'm much younger. But there are a lot of slimy lawyers out there. Brings a lot of shame meet a friend and they're like, you're in school and then you go and the child's like, oh, this is so and so, and talking to the parents. Oh, what do your parents do? Oh, lawyers. Oh, did you ever hear the joke about? Yeah, I did. But you earn it. As in, people do bad things. It brings shame upon good people. Not one email. Got to go for a coffee. Be right back. Oh, coffee sounds good. MCC is going off in the history breech load muzzle rifles. Yes, that's always astounding me. I don't know. I guess some people do that, but the PAL course, like 50% of it is breech. I'm like, what? Suppose you could have a special license for that if you wanted. Go to foundational documents, type in email, search, and you will find some. Yes, but her emails are missing. I don't believe I've seen the hundreds of pages that one document refers to. Disrespectful to all Nova Scotians. It is. Drink whatever, just not Kool-Aid. I like coffee. Enough of the other stuff. Might not be hyperlinked ones, though. Yeah. Well, no, it's not, to the best of my knowledge. Same thing with whatever they fired out today. I guarantee you the links will be dead in there. Maybe in a few days they might put some up. We need another James O'Keefe here in Canada if you know about him. Yes, I do know about James O'Keefe. Sure, why not? Retracto. That's a great song. Retracto. Attractions. Yes. Letters of intent. Yes, that was. Where's that? It was one of the other ones I was working on. Where's that? Well, this one is really minor. It's not. Oh, here it is. Is it this one? Yeah, see, sort of like unknown caliber. What? How can you not tell? If you recover a casing, it's stamped right in the bottom of it. It's not a particularly hard one. I'll even give you my glasses. Might make it easier to read. What is this I'm working on? God knows. I had one about... Oh, yes. Now, I could not find... the... I don't remember where it is. I'm sure... oh dear, has probably got it pushed to the side somewhere. Archived. But do you guys remember Douglas Kwan? Douglas Kwan got to do that. There was a bit of kerfuffle, and Campbell came out, and I think and then he was talking about he did an interview with Elizabeth McMillan. Never aired. Oh yes, it's going to be very important. You're going to see it. Stuffed in an article at the bottom sometime later. Douglas Kwan also wrote a piece. Again, I don't know, but it seemed to be helpful. And Douglas Kwan, okay, right, and This is a later article. This was much back at the didn't hide his vehicle, openly boasted about the vehicle, blah, blah, blah. He did write some good pieces. Now, the one thing I found interesting when I was reviewing Lisa Banfield's records, her phone records, not sure quite how this appeared. Douglas Kwan, Post Media, and Torstar all in there. Couldn't find the phone number, couldn't find the call, but they're listed at the bottom of it. Strange. Things that make you go, Then a little exclusive interview with Darren. The baffle interview. Some of these points are simpler ones, like busy hands, things I pointed out before. Holding me by the right arm, this is Vardy's notes. I started running but tripped in the dark. He had a flashlight and found me, said I have a flashlight, idiot. Never looked at me the same way. Dousing truck, unlocking inside doors, and he had me by a rope. Busy hands, I'd say. Go gadget time, as I used to say. Flashlight, rope holding arms, dousing multiple vehicles with multiple jerry cans that are not exactly, one-handed activity usually. Just these cans appearing out of nowhere, unlocking doors. That's logical, of course, because we all know you carry around 15 hands in your back pocket. There was another one of the items that I can't seem to find in the interviews. What was that? The shooting at the feet on the walking over to the warehouse. That seems to have now moved into the warehouse. Wonder if that was because it was pointed out in the videos. Possibly. Call me crazy about busy hands. How could you have a flashlight, ropes, guns, grabbing by hairs, throwing off shoes? Now the shooting appears to have moved inside the warehouse. Okay. Gaslighting. You want to understand? I'm not going to. You know what? I won't regale you with what is gaslighting, because MCC is very good at explaining things that are readily available. Gaslighting is readily available on the internet. I'll spare you. Absolutely little of that going on. There's a lot of psychological warfare going on. We have a masthead called Druthers up here in Canada. They are an investigative alternative source, my bro. Check them out. Okay. I'm not familiar. Druthers. I wonder if I have heard something about that. Okay. Yeah. Former CTV reporter. Oh, yeah. If you go up high in the food chain and the white shirts, you're going to find a few in the media. Very interesting. I'm not quite sure how some of these people qualify. Usually on the civilian end of things, but not sure how the reading a teleprompter really gives you special skills. But whatever. Peter Dalgash has an Order of Canada. Shameful. No, what's Emily Hill? I'm not familiar with this. I'm sorry. Rep your side so well. Started with one, right? One phone call. Started with one phone call, and a whole bunch of people who were probably very upset about what happened down there, meaning just citizens, and then I grew, right? One became four, became more. And now they sit here and watch you every day. Good for them. Shame. 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 This world, even though it's very grating, I'm sure, as you all know, it's a very interesting time. You're going to see a budding of some things that have been missing, some questions that are going to be asked. But the return of shame is going to be a good one, all over the place. It's not an inquiry. I really wish people would stop using that word. Please, if I can ask one thing, please don't use the word. I know you know, and I know what you know what you're talking about. But those of you who have been baffled by the inquiry nonsense, don't use it. It isn't an inquiry. In fact, their statement in their prefabricated document that they dumped last night, that it is an inquiry, to the best of my knowledge, is incorrect. So that was not truthful. It is a omission commission. But I'm being quite serious. It's not an inquiry. Legally, it's just some ad hoc garbage that they dreamt up. And that's what it should be called. Call it what it is. Don't buy into their games, and make sure when you're talking to other people, tell them that. It's not an inquiry. They don't want the truth. How much of their shit is devoted to cars and RCMP cars and RCMP gear? That's what it's all about. That's what the whole thing is about. How can we get out of this one? Oh, we'll just say it's a mistake, bonging out. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I heard something about resurfacing. I didn't see it. I heard something about resurfacing of something. Very interesting. I was having a telephone call about that the other day. Receipts. Oh, receipts. Where is Dave Lilly? Where is Dave Lilly? That's a good question. Please ask that when they come back from their lunch. We've got another 10 minutes. If we don't find out the truth, this can happen again. Next time, it might be in your neighborhood. Keep that in mind. Might not just be your neighborhood. Might be your family. Might be your cousin's family. Might be somebody that you're really close to. Might be your neighbor. This is a tried, tested, true process that they go through every fucking time. Meanwhile, they're running all their garbage in the background, and that's what costs lives. Best Westerns for lunch today, plate of grits. Stand in a food line. If you're not going to do your job, you should be fired. Safety of all Canadians depends upon finding out the whole truth. Absolutely. Why is Natasha Jameson? Okay, so I'm going to please pump those questions out. I guess I do ask a few things, eh? I hope I see those protests start. I really do. And for those of you who aren't down there, that can't do that, you best get on the blower. You best get on the social media. Start writing those letters. Return of a pen. Handwritten letters, they mean something. You know, copy pasta. People get emails all the time, but you get a letter? Those politicians, maybe they get a letter? Maybe it'll start. Write media down in the United States. Write other media. Say, hey, we got a really serious problem up here. It's very interesting, and it's really eroding the democratic process, trust. It's our national police force, our safety as human beings. It'll grow. It is growing. Lies will eventually eat them alive. And see, and I don't want that. I don't want anybody in this story. Isn't there enough hurt that's gone around? Talk to any of the families. Guarantee you that's what they'll say. Don't want it for anybody else, but we're already in this boat. We're going to try and spare anybody else that we can. So how about all the, these ones? How about their mental state in the future? Do you want to pay for that? Do you want to watch them? Does some child want to walk in on them? Maybe swinging from a rope? God hope not. Or drowning themselves in liquor? Or whatever? No. Nobody wants any harm for anybody. So why don't you just stop it? Like, that's easy. Huh? Just don't and get off and say, I'm not in. And this is what I know. Because they're not going to tell you. But guess what? I will. That was how I got that document a long time ago. That's how I get different pieces of information. That's how some of you get pieces of information too. Not just from your own reading and stuff. People will pass along to you. Okay, but if there's lots of people suddenly standing up, well, what do you got? It's lots of us and a few of you. What you gonna do? Anyone else notice the emails that Lisa always asks Wortman when he wants her to come? Yeah, they have an interesting correspondence, don't they? Polytechnique. Poo-poo. Abused women. Poo-poo. I don't want to come. And what you going to do? I try to live piously as possible under most circumstances, as finance times provocations will allow. It's better rampant nihilism that we're all being programmed for. Well, that's just traumatic too. All the trauma that's being endured by people. I was having this conversation with my girlfriend the other night. The amount of trauma that the average person endures now is absolutely mind-boggling. And we've been conditioned to accept it. And she's like, well, it doesn't necessarily affect somebody. I said, you take a kid and put them in a movie. It's not a NIMBY, NIMBY attitude, not in my backyard. And she's like, well, it doesn't really affect somebody. I said, that's bullshit, man. That's bullshit. Take a child and never been exposed to a horror movie and then throw them in a horror movie. Nightmares, all kinds of bad things. It sticks with you. Rides around in our brains. We're not supposed to endure this kind of stuff. constantly hearing about murders and all this stuff. We're supposed to be just, enjoying ourselves, enjoying our families, growing, living. Call me utopian. I'm not. It's just kind of normal. Sad we worked to serve others in good faith, and our lives have been slandered just for doing that. Okay, and words mean what? Oh no. I'm not afraid of fucking people's words. And frankly, if you're going to do something to me, okay. I got lots of people behind me too. What you going to do? What? Too much shit to dig through. That's the site, right? Poor oh dear. I mean, I know I dig through a lot of stuff. I don't have that kind of tech know-how. I'm still worried about unmuting a mic. I try, but I mean, oh my God. Daily downloads, things disappearing, documents changing, articles changing, disappearing, sham articles being thrown out about diapers. Who communicates with their spouse through email? Good question. Who has a separate bedroom? Oh, they don't like to say that, right? My God, will these families have to march again? Absolutely, I think. Yep. And this time they're going to have a hell of a lot more people with them. This one is really just growing. It is. Every statement said the F-150 was outside the warehouse. Yes. Gas drugs. Suddenly just appearing in the house. I don't know. I went to bed naked, and then all of a sudden and then I was on a rope, and somehow a jacket got put over top of the rope. Those people. When was that drafted again? The jacket comments. Oh, that was later. Guess I've watched too many videos. Hey. Thank you, Seawood. You'll have the opportunity. Because this stuff ain't gonna work. Maybe I'll try and see it. I'm not very good at organizing anything, but why not have some going around the country? Could do that. Maybe somebody can coordinate that. Just have different centers, and hey, what was it? Saturdays always used to have a protest for the same stuff. Oh, Nova Scotia born. Peterson is a coward. How many lives could have been spared if he turned around faster? But see, now that's all changed with Dorrington's letter. I don't even understand. Yeah, good. Yeah. Let's get it. We can get the media phoned about all that. The media down in the United States. Keep calling people, and that's the way I can see things. Especially if you do it like through email. If we did a mass email and CC'd like tons of people in the media, tons of people in politics, and said, hey, we're having a protest because we're not real happy. Or protests. And you better listen, because there's a lot of us and we're growing and we're pissed. So please pay attention, obviously more eloquently than that, but because somebody in there is going to be like, oh, I better do something about that, or I'm going to look like an idiot. They're going to have me on the radar. RCMP corrupt. Well, it looks like they may be doing something. Who knows? Oh, are they going to come back on time? Sure, because this one, they don't have to worry. It's just scripts about stuff. Blue puffy jacket. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting observation. Thank you. I never thought of that. I don't know why. Let's get it going. Sea Woods all on board. Yay! Found shoes up far left cottage. Seems strange way to get to the warehouse instead of going right across the road to the path. Okay, so if I'm remembering correctly, that's looking out from the cottage. So it's over here, but wasn't the road that they were all going down or whatever the fuck it was over here? Yeah, great point. I mean, that falls right in line with the what was it? The busy hands. Of course, it's like jackets going over ropes because that works well. Just try it. Put somebody, let somebody hold a rope and then try and put on a jacket over top of the rope. Oh, don't work. Oops. Photos, of course, not even taken in a crime scene.
Excuse me,
Once
everyone.
again.
The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. The proceedings. The script. I attend to 1 March. I'll probably do it again. Yay! Okay. What we need is a lawn tractor, RCMP, corruption, sanctioned murders. Lawn tractors. Maybe I'm failing to grasp the joke, probably. Around the country. Yep. Sure, and if there's a few of us standing on a corner, who cares? Who cares? You're standing up for their kids too. Hell, that's why I even began doing YouTube. I was like, well, I don't like certain things other kids might have to endure when they're growing up. Better try something. No police anywhere, just yellow tarps covering bodies. Well, yeah, Fitbits. I see Fitbit is good job. Good job on the and why not? How about some more people? Send Fitbit some stuff. Ask them. Maybe somebody can put that together who's already doing it. Get a bunch of yous, coordinate it. Start sending them out, lots of them. Maybe throw other people in there. I think the media down in the States might be interested about that story. Left to die. Oh boy. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Wow. And then it makes you wonder about all the rest of it. And I've heard that from family members. I literally have. They're like, I don't know. I don't know now. They told me it was right away, but now I'm beginning to think, because it wasn't a long time, or it was a long time until they were discovered or whatever. How do they know? Haven't seen any phone records from phones. How do we know that they didn't phone 911? That they weren't just left there to die in pain? And I'm like, oh, those calls are just terrible, terrible. Just the quaking in the voice. I can't sleep. I'm having nightmares about it now. I'm just like, oh. Where's all the people who said that they heard multiple shots, including the RCMP? Hopefully lunch was
Welcome
good.
back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Cox will be joining us to call the witness. Ms.
Out
Cox?
of breath, having problems, nervousness.
Good
Uh-oh.
afternoon, commissioners, public participants. We're going to have Benjamin Sampson, a firearms scientist from the Forensic Lab in Ontario, speaking to us about ballistics this afternoon. But before we get to Mr. Sampson, who is attending virtually today, I have a couple of documents that the participants have been provided with that I'd like to have marked as exhibits, please. The first one would be COM 0056433, which is Mr. Sampson's statement of qualifications. And the second is COM 0056434, which is a PowerPoint presentation with a number of pictures that Mr. Sampson will be referring to today.
And those are marked exhibits 2125 and 2126.
And Mr. Sampson has indicated, commissioners, that he would like to give oath on the Bible. So if we could have the oath administered.
Mr. Sampson, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you.
And Mr. Sampson, if you could just spell your name for the record, please.
Yes. First name, Benjamin, Benjamin, and Sampson, Sampson.
Okay. And Mr. Sampson, perhaps you can tell us a little bit about yourself, and particularly what your title is and who you work for.
Yes. I am a forensic scientist in the Firearms and Tool Marks unit of the Physical Sciences section at the Center of Forensic Sciences here in Toronto, Ontario. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Mathematics and Physics, and also a Bachelor's of Technology in the Investigation of Crime and Police Management. Some of my daily duties include the examinations of firearms and firearms components, also ammunition and ammunition components. I do trajectory analysis and distance determination, and I also provide expert testimony in the courts in Ontario.
And Mr. Sampson, how long have you been a forensic scientist for?
Yes, my forensic scientist career spans over 22 years now. 6 of those were in Cape Town, South Africa, and the last 15 plus years are here in Ontario, in Toronto, Ontario.
And you said you worked for the Center of Forensic Sciences?
That is correct, ma'am.
And the acronym is CFS, right? We often refer to it as CFS.
That is correct, ma'am.
And can you talk a little bit about CFS in terms of who it is in relation to Ontario and the justice system in Ontario?
Yes. So the Center of Forensic Sciences is a branch of the Public Safety Division, which is part of the Ministry of the Solicitors General, which is part of the Ontario provincial government.
And can you talk a little bit about the accreditation of CFS?
So CFS is an accredited full-service forensic testing laboratory, accredited by ANAB, where the acronym ANAB stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and where ANSI stands for the American National Institute of Standards.
Okay. And how does the CFS get that accreditation?
Yes, so ANAB is a non-governmental organization that set forth a list of regulations and requirements and standards that the CFS must adhere to. And then CFS is assessed for conformance on an annual basis.
And how do they assess that conformance? Or can you give me some examples of the things they look at?
Yes, so the accredited organization or the accredited board will literally come and do assessment of the policies and procedures to see if we do what we say we are going to do in terms of the testing that we perform and the examinations that we perform.
Okay. And you said that CFS falls under the Solicitor General in Ontario. Do you work for the Ontario government?
That is correct.
Okay.
As employees of the Center of Forensic Sciences, we are all members of the Ontario Public Service.
Okay. And are you influenced by the government in your work?
To the best of my knowledge, no. I have never heard of that, no.
Okay. So when you come before the court and you provide testimony, is that influenced by anybody?
No, I understand my obligations to the court is to provide objective and impartial opinion evidence that is within my expertise.
Okay, so one of the things we want to talk a little bit today is about the service that CFS provides. So the scope of the service that you provide as a forensic scientist. So I'm wondering if you could just explain a little bit about what that is, what that service looks like.
Yes, so the CFS, as I mentioned earlier, is an accredited full-service forensic testing lab that provides forensic examinations in different areas like biology, chemistry, toxicology, firearms, and documents.
And your role as a ballistics services is to do what?
Yes, so our main purpose is to support any firearm-related investigations in Ontario, and that is including coroner's inquest as well.
Okay. And you have a process, a referral process, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Wondering if you could explain to us how that works, how you get referrals from forensic.
Yes. So let me preface that by saying that every submission of evidence aims to answer specific questions by the investigating officers. So these submissions will always depend on the case acceptance guidelines of the specific laboratory. So here at CFS, we have an online submission portal that provides 3 different streams of examination within the firearms unit, depending on the request from the investigating officers.
Okay. So you get these referrals primarily from law enforcement or police officers, is that correct?
Primarily, yes, but Crown attorneys and defense attorneys have the same opportunity to make referrals or submissions to the Center of Forensic Sciences.
And when those referrals are made, do the forensic identification officers know how to make those referrals? Are they trained to make those referrals?
Yes, as part of our duty at CFS, we do provide training to the forensic identification officers or the police officers so that they have a better understanding of how the online submission portal process works.
Okay. And you said that there were a number of options when the referral is made. Can you maybe talk about those options?
Yes, as I mentioned, there are 3 different streams of examinations within the firearms unit. The first stream is what we call RAISE, RAISE, where RAISE stands for the Rapid Assessment for IBIS Selection Examination. And those are for cases involving fired bullets and fired cartridge cases where the only request is to identify linkages to other shooting incidents. The second stream is what we call SFI, where that stands for the Suspicious Firearms Index. And those are for cases involving only firearms, where the only request is to determine whether the gun can be identified to other shooting incidents. And then the third stream is what we call the full examinations. Those are for cases that do not fall in the RAISE or SFI categories. A full examination will be completed on all the evidence, and then a comprehensive report will be issued in that third and last stream. So the investigating officers or submitting officers, they have choices to make depending on the evidence that they have and depending on the questions that they want answers.
Okay. And you rely on them to some degree to give you the questions they want answered, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
And you mentioned IBIS, so the first option, a referral. Can you explain that a little bit more? First off, what does IBIS stand for?
Yes, IBIS stands for the Integrated Ballistic Identification System. IBIS is a database that we populate with images of the fired bullets and the fired cartridge cases. And those fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, or the images of those fired bullet and cartridge cases, are then compared to everything that we have on IBIS and everything that will ever be put on IBIS. Also, there are several other cities in Canada that also have IBIS systems, and there is a network between these IBIS systems in Canada that we call the Canadian Integrated Ballistic Identification Network.
And is there an international network as well?
There is an international network available, but with a little bit more hoops to jump through, a little bit more paperwork to get comparisons to internationals.
Okay. And are there times when you do need to do international referrals?
Yes, that is absolutely possible, and that happens every now and again.
Okay. And what would be the criteria for the international referral? Like, is it the investigative team providing you with information?
Yes. Again, those type of questions and requests would probably come from the investigating officers. For example, if they submit a firearm and they have good reason to believe that it was possibly stolen somewhere in the United States of America, then they can ask for a IBIS comparison to a specific city or to the country.
Okay. And when you get referrals, sometimes you have routine referrals and more complex referrals. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you deal with the more complex referrals?
Yes, the more complex referrals, we deal with in consultation with the investigating officers. Sometimes it is necessary to triage the different type of examinations, especially if we're dealing with a lot of evidence. It is probably and most often the better strategy to take them in strides, like in step by step, and perform the examination like that.
And so how do you do that? How do you triage?
Yes. If we have a very complicated case, we would probably ask the investigators or the submitters, depending case to case, that first submit, for example, just the cartridge cases, and we would do an examination on that and provide a report. And then we would ask for now submit the cartridge, the fired bullets at a later stage. We would examine those, provide a report on that, and maybe a third and fourth is to submit any firearms and or any clothing that need to be examined for distance determination.
Okay. So once the referral has been submitted, so we have one of the three options that we talked about already, how does the evidence come to you?
Yes. So one of the last steps of our online submission portal, once the submitter has made a request to submit his evidence, that request will be approved. And with that approval, instructions will be sent as to how that evidence can be submitted to the Center of Forensic Sciences.
And just so I'm clear, the referrals that you're receiving, are those from outside of Ontario or just in Ontario?
Most, well, I would say all of them in the last 15 plus years were from in the province in Ontario. Since we are employees of the Ontario Public Service, we normally just service any crime-related, firearm-related crimes in the province of Ontario.
Okay. And are you ever hired as a private expert to do this work?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to just take you to the slide. So exhibit 2126 is what it's been identified. And the first slide has a picture of a bullet on it. And I'm wondering if we can perhaps, so it would be the second slide. Can you see that, Mr. Sampson? It says unfired cartridge on the left-hand side.
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm wondering if you can just describe that a little bit.
So this is what I call an unfired cartridge. This is a single unit of ammunition. Every cartridge for the modern firearm have four main components. The first component, starting from the top, is the bullet or the projectile. And that normally consists of a copper jacket on the outside and a lead core on the inside. The second component is the cartridge case, where the cartridge case is the container for all the components. The third component is the gunpowder that we would find on the inside of the cartridge case. And the fourth component is the primer, located in the center of the head stamp area. It is the smallest part, but it's probably the most important part to start the firing process.
Okay, and let's just start there. Maybe you can explain in layman's terms, what does the primer actually do? How does it work?
Yeah, so the primer is the...
Sorry, MCC, I realize you guys are watching. Is this man involved with anything, or is he just going to talk about pictures? Did he actually do any investigation? I understand he's a government employee and he has some specialties. Did he actually do anything? Just, I know you guys are watching. Maybe you can get on that one, please.
Then what happens after that?
So once that powder ignites, there's literally an explosion taking place inside that cartridge case. There's a buildup of gases and a buildup of pressure, and that will force the bullet then out of the case and down the inside of the firearm.
And after it leaves the barrel of the firearm, what happens?
So after the bullet leaves the barrel of the firearm, the bullet exits the barrel, but there's some of that gunpowder, some burnt gunpowder, some unburned gunpowder, some smoke that also exits at the same time. And the bullet eventually will go on to strike a target.
And so with the copper jacket and the lead core, so as we're looking at this diagram, what goes and hits the target?
Or the bullet will go on and hits the target. But because of that velocity that the bullet leaves the barrel, depending on the target that it strikes, it is totally possible for that bullet to either fragment it, in other words, pieces of it breaks off, and it's even possible for that lead core to separate from the copper jacket, thus leaving the bullet in two parts, the jacket and the core.
Okay, and we can go to the next picture, which would be the third slide. Can you see that, Mr. Sampson?
I can. This slide, the header is bullet frag, bullet jacket frag, and fired cartridge case.
Right.
We see two pictures on the slide. The picture on the left-hand side have several images. The top image is that of an unfired bullet. The image on the bottom left is a fired bullet fragment. I call it a fragment because we do not have all of that fired bullet. Also from that image, you can see that there's a difference in color on the inside and on the outside. On the inside, we have that lead core, and on the outside, we have that shiny bullet jacket. The other two images on the left-hand picture are those of bullet jacket fragments. Again, fragments because we do not have all of that bullet jacket. Then on the photo, the picture on the right-hand side, we have two images. One, it shows the difference between an unfired cartridge case and a fired cartridge case. The one on the right-hand side have a firing pin indentation in the middle of the primer, and that is the sign that it was fired.
So that's the circle in the middle of the image on the right, the very, very far right.
Correct, ma'am.
We can go to the next picture. I'm just going to go through a few of these pictures, just so everybody knows what you're talking about, Mr. Sampson, when you talk about different things. So this would be number 4. Can you see that?
I can, yes, ma'am.
And can you just describe a little bit about the Picatinny rail?
Yes. So on the slide, we have 3 different pictures. The picture on the left-hand side shows 5 different Picatinny rails. You can see that They come in different lengths and in different diameters. The Picatinny rail always makes me think about train tracks. And it is described as something that you can attach to your firearm, and in turn, it provides a mounting platform for other firearms accessories like scopes or flashlights or laser sights.
Okay. And what we see in the picture in the middle is a picture of a laser, correct?
Correct. What we see in the middle is a laser sight, which we describe as a device that you can attach to a firearm to help with target acquisition. It projects a beam onto the target that provides a visual reference point there.
Okay, and if we can go to number 5. Can you see that, Mr. Sampson?
I can.
Okay, can we quickly go through that?
Yes. Again, there are 3 pictures on this slide. The one on the left-hand side shows what a detachable cartridge magazine would look like. A detachable cartridge magazine is the container for the unfired cartridges. The picture in the middle shows almost nothing is visible when that detachable cartridge magazine is fully inserted into the hand grip of that firearm. And then the last picture shows a high capacity magazine, which is a magazine capable of holding more than the standard number of rounds provided by the manufacturer. And that is what it would look like if you insert a high capacity magazine then into the hand grip of the firearm.
So it would be sticking out of the bottom of the gun.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the ballistic services themselves, the standard service that you provide.
Yes, ma'am.
So once the firearms come to you, what is the process? What is it that you provide?
Yes. So in the examination of a firearm, we examine that firearm for the caliber. We determine the make and model of that firearm. We determine what is the condition of the firearm. We do a visual inspection and also a mechanical assessment. We measure the overall length of the firearm as well as the barrel length, and that is going to assist us with the classification in terms of the Canadian Criminal Code. Once we established that the firearm is in safe working condition, we generate test fires with that firearm using pristine ammunition from the CFS ammunition reference collection. And then at a later stage, those test fired bullets and cartridge cases will be sent to IBIS or to be uploaded onto the IBIS database.
So one of the things you said was a mechanical inspection of the firearm. What does that involve?
Yes, it is important to determine whether that firearm is in working condition or not. And if it's not in working condition, what is wrong with the firearm and how easy would it be to repair that firearm to firing condition? Using what kind of tools would be an important factor as well. If the firearm is in working condition, or I should say, it is important that the firearm is in working condition before I attempt to test fire that firearm, because at the end of the day, I don't want that firearm to blow up in my face. So we have to make sure that it is safe and in working condition before we generate test fires with that firearm.
So what does that inspection actually look like? Do you take it apart and have a look at it?
Yes, it's both external and internal. We do disassemble the firearm to make sure that, for example, the barrel is not cracked and now unsafe. So yes, disassembly of the firearm, inspecting the different parts of the firearm before we eventually get to the test firing process.
Okay. And before you do the test fire, are there other things you do once the fire, instead of, well, in addition to the firearm, are there other things that you're recording, inspecting? What are the other things you're looking at when your package comes in?
Yes. In many instances, it's not just the firearm that is submitted. Sometimes there are fired ammunition components too, fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, or fired cartridge cases. And sometimes there are unfired ammunition components that also submitted. So we will examine all the evidence in the submission. We will take photos. We will put the details down on our worksheets. And then if necessary, we would do microscopic comparisons between the exhibit fired bullets and or cartridge cases to the test fires from the firearm that were created or generated by myself.
So the purpose of the test fire is, what's the purpose of that?
The purpose of test firing the firearm is to generate known samples from that firearm. By test firing that gun, I generate test fired bullet and test fired cartridge cases that I now know comes from this specific firearm. I can then use those knowns and compare it to any unknown bullet and unknown cartridge case from the crime scene to see if they originated from that firearm.
And when you do the test fire, it's not just one test fire, is it?
No. At CFS, it is policy to generate at least 3 test-fired bullets and 3 test-fired cartridge cases with the firearm.
And when you're looking for marking, I think we've talked about this, but I just want to make sure we've covered it. Where can the marking appear?
Yes. So the markings on the outside, the markings on the bullet will be on the outside of that bullet. And those markings will come from whatever we have on the inside of the barrel. The cartridge cases are marked with other parts of the gun. For example, I've already mentioned the firing pin of the firearm will mark the cartridge case. The breech face of a firearm would mark the cartridge case. There's chamber marks from the firearm on the cartridge case, and also from the extractor and ejector from the firearm. They all have the potential of leaving marks on the cartridge case.
And so this would be the case even if ammunition wasn't fired, right? If it was put in the gun but never fired?
If ammunition was put in the gun and not fired, you will not have the firing pin impression because we did not fire them. But there will potentially still be markings from the breech face, the extractor, the ejector. They might not be as prominent as the fired markings, but it is possible that they might still reproduce on just cycled ammunition.
Okay, and I was just going to ask you that. So I've heard you say the term cycling through. So that's the ammunition being loaded into the firearm or into the cartridge, correct?
Yes, when we cycle a round of ammunition through a firearm, that means we load it into the firearm and then we extract and eject it out of the firearm again without shooting it.
Okay, and so when you talked about extracting or extractor, that means something that's on the firearm that allows you to take the ammunition out of it, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
And when we talk about breech face, because you mentioned that, can you explain that a little bit more?
Yes. If we look back at the image of the unfired cartridge case versus the fired cartridge case, that area that was visible in that photo is what we call the head stamp area. So the breech face of the firearm is a flat surface that will press against that head stamp area. So that is why the breech face have the opportunity to make markings on that head stamp area.
The head stem.
Correct.
Right. And there's a couple of options when you are examining firearms or ammunition. One is it matches, or that's not the right word. It's identified to match, go with the gun or the fire or the ammunition. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. When we do the microscopic comparisons, there are mainly 4 conclusions that we potentially can reach. The first one is it is an identification, and that means that we conclude that this bullet or this cartridge case come from this firearm. The second conclusion would be an elimination, and in elimination means that this bullet did not come from this firearm. The third possibility would be an inconclusive finding, where that means that I am unsure whether this bullet came from this gun or not. And then the fourth possible conclusion would be that the item that I'm examining is too damaged it is of no value for microscopic comparison. So those are the 4.
Okay, I'm going to intercede again. Please start firing those questions down on the comments or whatever in specific things to do with weapons. Weapons used April 18th and 19th, your observations to do with the ballistics report, etc. I'll just flash them up on the screen so the MCC gets to read those. Thank you.
Identify the firearm within the reasonable certainty, but can you identify what firearm it was not? So can you determine different models when you look at what the ammunition, the fired ammunition? Can you determine what type of gun actually or firearm actually fired the bullet?
It will always depend on the type of markings that are visible on that fired bullet and fired cartridge case. At the end of the day, that is what we use to determine whether they come from a specific gun or not. And sometimes it will be possible to eliminate other firearms, and sometimes it is not possible. It's going to depend on the condition of that piece of evidence.
Okay, let's talk about the process of eliminating firearms. How can you eliminate firearms?
Yes. To eliminate firearms, we will have to determine what are the class characteristics of that firearm. And when I say class characteristics, the example that I want to use is on the inside of the barrel of the firearm, there are 5 grooves that twist to the right-hand side, which means that if we now fire a bullet through the inside of that barrel, it's going to mark that bullet with 5 groove impressions that twist to the right-hand side. If we find a bullet on a crime scene that have 6 grooves that twist to the right-hand side, then we know that that class characteristics are different, which means that that bullet could not have been fired from that specific firearm.
Okay. But just because you have those grooves, even if the grooves matched or were similar, that wouldn't give you enough to positively say that the firearm and the ammunition that were the same, right? So they wouldn't allow you to, those grooves wouldn't be enough for you to say with any certainty that the ammunition came from the firearm, right?
No, we're going to need more than just class characteristics
Okay.
to determine whether a bullet come from a specific gun. We're going to need all the class characteristics to be in agreement, and we're going to need individual characteristics to be in agreement as well before we can determine if the bullet were fired from a specific firearm.
Okay. And can you think of situations in your 22 years of doing this work where the condition of either the firearm or the ammunition that was presented to you for testing was not suitable? Can you think of why it might not have been suitable for testing?
Yes, as I've explained earlier, when a bullet leaves the barrel of the firearm, depending on the firearm, that bullet can exit at speeds greater than 500, 600, 700 meters per second. So with that speed, depending on the target that it strikes, that bullet can be totally destroyed or be fragmented. Or, depending on the target, if you fire it into water, you might get a pristine bullet back. But if you fire it into a road surface, that will totally destroy or fragment that bullet. And at that point, the chances are great that the pieces would be of no identification value.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to the slides again, and I'm going to go to the last slide, which I think is number 7. Can you see that, Mr. Sampson?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I want to ask you a little bit about how to determine how far the firearm was from the target. Is that the right words?
Those are the right words. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in the picture we see on the left-hand side, a picture of a firearm. And I'm wondering if you can just explain what we see here, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the specifics of this.
Yes. So as we can see from the first picture, the picture on the left-hand side, the bullet is not the only thing that exits the barrel at the time of discharge. You can see that there's the bullet, there is some smoke, there is some soot, there's some burnt gunpowder, and some unburnt gunpowder that exits that barrel. And all those things in front of the gun, that is what we call firearms discharge residue. And that is what we examine for during distance determination.
So in the middle slide, what is it that we see there?
Yes, so the middle picture gives us an illustration of what the firearms discharge residue might look like at different distances. As you can see, the smaller pictures at the bottom, firearms discharge residue at contact, so right by the muzzle of the firearm, are dense and dark and has a really small diameter. And the further away from the muzzle of the firearm, the deposits are less dense and less dark, and the diameter is exponentially bigger than what it was at contact. So that is how we or that is what we use to determine how far was the gun away from the target at the time of discharge.
And on the right, the very right, what's that picture represent?
Yes, that picture on the right-hand side is there just to give you an idea of what firearms discharge residue might look like on a white target surface. That specific one was fired at 6 inches away from the firearm. There it's clear, you can see the bullet hole, we can see a pattern around the bullet hole, and that blackening that we see, that is the firearms discharge residue that we might find on the primary target.
Okay, and as we're looking at this, this is a white target. Is there a way to look at things when they're on a dark target?
Yes, so white targets is easier to examine because if it's there, it's visual, it's visible, like we can see in that photo. If we work with a darker clothing and you cannot see a dark deposit from the firearms discharge residue, we have infrared photography to our disposal that I can use to visualize that firearms discharge residue on dark clothing.
And is there another mechanism besides the infrared technology?
Yes, we can also use a chemical process to make the firearms discharge residue visible.
So when you set up the test and the panels, how do you determine how far the panels are away from the firearm?
So if we examine a primary target, a piece of clothing, and we find firearms discharge residue pattern on it, we then use the firearm and the ammunition combination found at the crime scene. We then generate test panels at different distances. And we do that because we don't know what the distance is going to be. And then we're going to compare my distance panels that I generated and compare it to what the firearms discharge residue on the primary target looks like. By doing that, I will get a sense of how far the firearm could have been at the time of discharge.
And that's an approximate distance, correct?
Yes. When we report on distance determination, the answer will always be a range. A typical answer would be the muzzle of the firearm was between 6 inches and 12 inches away from the target at the time of discharge. We do that because my testing conditions here at the lab will always be different than the conditions at the crime scene. In the lab, I am never going to deal with wind or snow or rain, but those kind of factors all can influence the deposit of that firearms discharge residue on the primary target.
What are the other things that can influence your visualization of the target? Does it matter what the firearm has hit, what the target actually is?
Yes, the caliber of the target, that is going to influence the amount of firearms discharge residue that's going to exit the barrel. The bigger the caliber, the more firearms discharge residue that might exit. The smaller calibers, less firearms discharge residue exit the muzzle of the firearm. Firearms discharge residue will only deposit on the primary target. So if there was something in between, like a window, then all the discharge residue will be on the window and nothing will be on the primary target if the clothing were on the other side. So those are some of the reasons or some of the things that can influence the deposit.
What about the pattern that you see on the actual target? So does it matter if it's a car or a piece of gyprock? Does it change the pattern?
Yes, the surface will definitely play a role. As I said, firearms discharge residue will deposit better on clothing in comparison to a fired, in comparison to a window or the outside surface of a car, for example, because I think the opportunity is bigger for the firearms discharge residue to just fall off from windows and car surfaces.
And what about when the target is a human being? Does that change? Is it difficult to assess?
It is possible for the firearms discharge residue to embed itself in the skin. That will probably only happen if the firearm is really close to the skin, and not as much when the human skin is further away from the firearm.
And so when we hear the word stippling, is that actually the firearm's discharge visible on the skin?
That is correct. Stippling would be some of that burnt gunpowder that actually embeds itself into the skin. And that then, because it's embedded in the skin, it will not fall off. And that is what we refer to as stippling.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the slides, and this is number 6. Can you see that, Mr. Sampson?
Yes, I
Okay.
can, ma'am.
Can you explain just briefly what those slides are?
Yes. So trajectory analysis, in short, is where we try to determine a possible position of a shooter at the time of firing. Our involvement in trajectory analysis is normally at the crime scene, where the crime scene can be anything from a car, a house, walls in the house, and or windows. We evaluate and we identify bullet entrance holes and bullet exit holes, and then use that information to work backwards to determine a possible position of the shooter at the time of firing.
So when we look at this picture here, there's 2 different pictures, but if we look at the one on the left, there's a number of rods in, looks like a car seat.
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
So what we see in the photo on the left-hand side, those yellow rods, we refer to as trajectory rods. And we use trajectory rods to connect the entrance holes to the exit holes. And it is possible to connect one rod to another to make it longer. And it's also possible to attach lasers to those trajectory rods to work ourselves backwards to better visualize maybe a possible position of the shooter.
And do the diameter of the trajectory rods vary?
Yes, these trajectory rods are not always yellow. They can come in different colors. That different color normally means that it is of a different diameter. We can appreciate that because different caliber bullets have different diameters. So we want to use the trajectory rods closest to the diameter of the hole.
And if you didn't use the right rod, what would be the impact of that, just so we understand that?
Yes, if we don't use the right trajectory rod in the right bullet hole, there is a chance that the measurement of uncertainty, the error, could be great or greater when we try to determine the possible position of the shooter.
And so if it was too small, for example, that would mean it would move, right?
Correct.
Okay. And are there other variables that can affect a trajectory analysis?
Yes, as I said earlier, like in the muzzle velocity of the firearm, that has the potential of influencing the trajectory analysis. Maybe the target itself has the potential of influencing trajectory analysis. The caliber of the bullet, maybe the nose profile of that bullet, and other factors like if there is no exit hole and just an entrance, that could influence our trajectory analysis as well.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say about trajectory analysis, Mr. Sampson?
No, I don't think so, ma'am.
Okay. I want to move on to the reports that you provide now at CFS. So once you've done your examination, you provide different types of reports. And I'm wondering if you can just explain for the commissioners and the audience what are what those reports are and what they're about.
Yes. So at the CFS, we have pretty much three main reports, quote unquote, or possible reports that we author. The first one that I want to mention is what we call a full report or a comprehensive report. That is where we do a full examination of all the exhibits that were submitted, and then we author a comprehensive report with our expert opinion. The second one that I want to mention is sometimes we are asked to provide letters of opinion to courts. And the third one that I mentioned is what we call a notification letter. And the notification letter would accompany those race cases and those SFI cases that were submitted.
And the way that you prepare those reports, so in other words, what you put in them and some of the degree of uncertainty, are those based on any standards?
Yes, there are definitely some standards that we have to adhere to, and they are all set out in our policies and procedures and requirements as set out by our accreditation.
Okay. So well, those are all the questions that I have for you, Mr. Sampson. However, some of the participants may have some questions for you. So we would like to take a break so we can speak to the participants about their questions potentially. So commissioners, I'm not sure how long you would like to.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sampson. And as Commission Counsel Cox has indicated, that procedurally what we do after we hear from a witness with their main evidence is to take a break and allow the counsel, the lawyers, to chat about whether or not there are any further questions to be asked, and if so, who asks them in an orderly fashion, and so on. So again, thank you for making yourself available, and we would ask you to kindly stand by. We'll break for approximately 20 minutes. Counsel, if you need more time, just let us know. And if you could stand by, Mr. Sampson, we'll be back just as soon as we're ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do that.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
Yes, of course. You've got to have the timeout because it's very disorderly. It was very disorderly, didn't you know? That was why this was all done this way. McDonald just said that in an orderly fashion, so that they can do it in an orderly, because they had to have the caucuses and the pre-approved questions, and the we will permit that question maybe thing, you know, from one lawyer, maybe two. They already said it. They can't ask questions. I wish they'd come out right and say that. I can't ask questions. Why is it that I can't ask questions? Why do I have to meet with you? Why can I not be and operate as an officer of the court? Why can I not represent my clients? Why can I not ask for particular people to come? Why does everything have to be screened through you guys? Why is it that all of these documents are being run through you guys? What's going on over here? In front of the public, you know, like here, so that everybody gets to witness the sham. And if it's not a sham, oh, great. I'm sure they'll have some very quick answer for that. Again, you know, as soon as I start talking about something, they're like, that person had nothing to do with the investigation. Zero. Zip. He could tell you that bullets are shiny. When? Couldn't answer about the stippling. How do you have stipple inside the vehicle if you're being shot through a window? And he admitted it, right? The other day I was like, when I was reading through the autopsy that they took down, and I'm like, stippling. Every bullet. Not possible. Through a windshield. The left-hand side, if that was in fact the vehicle, feeling vindicated again, it said, you could see through the door, the driver's door. Pardon? How do you get shot through the driver's door? I don't know. You made this observation, Alex. I didn't notice that. I'm sorry. Did anybody have any thoughts on that? Was that not the vehicle that was? Oh goodness! I hope I didn't scratch my glasses. Was that the vehicle? Was that not the red Mazda 3? I mean, gray Mazda 3. Was that not it? Stalking horses that have colors, pawn pieces that have colors. Right. Moving along. Who asks them in an order? Who's been asking them in a disorderly fashion? Is that why you have to have the fucking caucus? Get real! I hope they stand up and say, why can't I ask questions? Why can't I? I want them to identify the problem publicly, on the record. Why is it that you're hamstringing me, all of us, from being able to do our job? I find it interesting they're not. Frankly, you have a caucus to limit questions. Fucked up procedural process. This is not, because it's on a fucking NASCAR schedule. Let's just boom through that, get it done. On to the next one. We already have the report prepared. Careful, it's got a date on the top of it. We don't want to break whatever it says that we wrote before. Misleading. He didn't do the analysis. It's absolutely misleading. He's not an expert. He's an expert in his field. He's not the person who did the analysis. And if you wanted to do something, why didn't you ask him, hey, here's the reports that we have been giving the public. Could you have a look at them, please? Tell us your professional opinion. Is this what you would sign your name to and say, I'm very proud of my work? It's very thorough. I placed my hand on the Bible. Of course, he had one sitting around in his office, didn't he? Whatever. Let's not even go there. Doesn't make it logical sense. Of course, you'd ask the expert to review the actual reports. You know, the whole reason that everybody's here, you know, this one. And the khakis, something's khaki. I'll tell you that. Something is bad, man. This is real bad. Whoever wants to, yeah. What the fuck, man? And why aren't these lawyers saying that? I find that highly disturbing. If they're not saying that, it makes my eyebrows go up. Why not? You're just saying the truth, aren't you? We're limited very much here in our questions. We can't seem to ask, how many lawyers are there? Put together how much time has been devoted to them and their questions versus all of the hoo-ha, shiny bullets. Maybe he knows where the Black 40 is. Maybe he knows where Andrew McDonald's bullet is. Maybe he can answer why Stevenson's gun wasn't tested. Maybe he can answer how stippling occurs through windshields. How guns get recocked. Well, I think that's just because it's an auto load, but I could be wrong. I'm not that familiar with weapons. All weapons have been turned in that day. Should have been turned in that day. Oh, yes, somebody sent me something on the tweeters. There's that. Excuse me. Pardon me. Maine man who bought rifle later used in Nova Scotia shootings lied to police about the purchase. Neil Gallivan told the RCMP he thought he was buying gun for U.S. friend. A man from Maine admitted to lying to an RCMP investigator about the day. That would be Vardy, I believe. Vardy, who's Libertor. GSC connections. Right. Investigation about the day when he went to the gun show. Was Lisa at this gun show? She likes to go to gun shows, you know. Being abused and all. At least by that's her own words. Who used the carbine a year when he killed 23. They'll get this one. I know they're dense, but really, in Nova Scotia, newly released documents show new details about how shooter obtained firearms are included in a report released Tuesday morning to public inquiry. Not public inquiry, public sham, public, it's not inquiry anywhere. Ask any judge, lawyer, it's not. Examining the April, you've got, funnily enough, you have Stanton, who is an expert apparently on inquiries. Can't figure out what an inquiry is. Oh, okay, moving along. My sarcasm. I don't think people pick it up. The gunman never had firearms license and smuggled 3 weapons into Canada from Maine. Well, we certainly know that he went for his test. Why is he going for a test? That seems bonkers. The course, which right at the end of the course, you do the test. Transcripts of RCMP interviews released without redactions for the first time. Where's the Sharpie? Where's my Sharpie? Oh, here it is. One moment, please. The Sharpie. The Pro. I know theirs is super industrial. They don't make a model that big. Not for public use. Shed light on how the shooter bypassed authorized dealers, arranged a private cash sale of a Colt law enforcement brand carbine. You know, the same type that the RCMP use. 5.56. Didn't Mr. Ellison speak about RCMP handguns? I don't know. At a gun show in Holton, Maine in April 2019, in the weeks after the shooting, police spoke with gun sellers and Neil Gallivan, a man who lives outside Holton, and went to the show with Wortman the previous spring. Was Lisa at the show? Anybody know? I know she talks about what shows she's been at a little bit. I have a feeling she was at the show. I apologize for the lies. Oh, that makes it better. That makes it better. No, be responsible. Stand up and say, probably I should be charged. Gallivan initially claimed in an interview with RCMP Sergeant Fraser Firth. Okay. He didn't remember the details of that Saturday morning, denied going to the event with Wortman, and then backtracked several times during the interview. Oh, I guess he's sorry. As he's repeatedly backtracking several times? Oh, that doesn't sound like a person who is sorry at all. Gallivan had previously spoken to U.S. investigators. Yeah, why isn't he getting charged down in the States? Eventually, he admitted going to the show with Wortman, who he'd known for 2 decades. And Lisa? Unknown. Question to ask, Mr. Gallivan. I tried to save my own skin because I knew I was going to be in big trouble. That's called a big baby. That's called a big baby. That's what babies do. Men stand up. That's why we grow up. He said to Firth about his earlier denials, plural. I apologize for for the lies. It is illegal for an American to transfer, sell, trade, give, transport, or deliver a firearm to someone or someone's they know who is not a U.S. resident. But a CBC News investigation found charges seem unlikely for those who provided the gunman with some of his weapons. Kind of like Lisa saying she's not going to come give testimony again. I think this is what the new report says. Gallivan was a lifelong friend of Sean Conlog in Holton. Both men told police they met Wortman through Tom Evans, a now deceased lawyer in Fredericton. Over the years, they all spent time together in camp 40 kilometers south of the border town. Conlog has admitted he was a source for 2 handguns in the dusty box in a room that's locked, but somehow Lisa knew about it. Right? The shooter appears to have used. We don't know. I like the use of this word now. We don't know. It's just somebody appears to have used, or somebody's. Conlog, wonder if this is one of the guns that was on the log pile. Conlog said He gave one as a gift and told Wortman the other took the other from his home. Oh, now it's a gift. I thought it was in a dusty box. He didn't know. He didn't go and touch them for years. Huh? Okay. That's new. That's new. But while details had previously emerged about the two weapons, the records released offer more information about the semi-automatic rifle. Is it an RCMP issue 1? In his RCMP interview, Gallivan went on to explain April 27, 2019, that he stopped at Conlog's home to see about going to the show together. With who? Lisa and Gabe? But since Conlog was recovering from a surgery and Wortman was staying there to help, Gallivan, okay, so there we go. We've got a clue that may narrow down whether Lisa was there or not. And again, you can use CBS records, CBS records. It seemed Wortman admired the gun in the morning, but was unable to buy it. So he and Gallivan returned to the arena around noon, at which point Gallivan bought it in a cash private sale. It was quick and it was kind of dirty, really dirty. And I brought the gun back and I gave it to Sean, Gallivan said, according to the transcript. Charges? You're selling him out. In his RCMP interview, Gallivan was adamant that Conlog handed him $1,250 for the AR rifle. And he thought he was doing a friend a favor for buying it. At one point, he speculated that Wortman stole the rifle from Conlog. But then he said he didn't know how the gun ended up in Nova Scotia. I wouldn't sell it to Wortman anyway. I would never do that. How would he get it across the border? Gallivan said at one point. I did nothing wrong all along. Just trying to be a good friend to everybody. Yeah, that's what good friends do. Here you go. Here's a gun. I know you're breaking the law. I'm breaking the law myself. Don't worry about it. Firth pressed him for the truth, pointing out that Conlog was basically bedridden at the time due to surgery. I wonder if Vardy was involved in any of this too. You're selling him out if you walk out of this room and made it look like Sean had more involvement, Firth said. You're selling him out if you walk out this room and make it look like Sean. Was Sean involved in any way, shape, or form? The RCMP do not have jurisdiction to enforce U.S. laws, and Firth told Gallivan the Mounties were not interested in pursuing Canadian charges against you. Why not? Extradite him. Earlier that same day, the RCMP investigator had told Conlog they weren't looking to hold him accountable. Got 23 homicides. A country that is totally upended. I'm thinking a bunch of people are responsible. Based on comments made by the Mounties in both interviews, they were both interviews. Okay, where are those? They were, where's the audio, video, transcript, all of it, notes. They were ongoing contact with the American investigators while conducting their own interviews in Maine. Colt law enforcement carbine. Okay, same as RCMP issue should be put underneath there. Gallivan maintained that after the purchase, they looked at the gun together at Conlog's home and that they visited Gallivan's property and Wortman practiced shooting it. Conlog in his RCMP interview said he did not remember much about the day due to his health issues. He said, he said Wortman paid for the gun and he saw him counting out money at his desk in his home. He did not mention going to Gallivan's. Are we talking about a Fast and Furious here? Is it sounding more plausible? Gallivan said he knew the situation. That would mean Conlog is somebody. Said he knew that the situation he was in with police was, quote, his own damn fault. Is he the fall guy? and repeatedly said that he had no idea what Wortman was capable of. But he certainly knew it was criminal. Near the end of his RCMP interview, he suggests he did not give the gun. Suggests he did give the gun to Wortman. Give it? I found the gun. I gave it to ... ellipsis. Also can be used to leave words out. Gabriel, and he continued, he killed people with it. That's awful. Conscience, shame, told RCMP, I never had intention of this transpiring this way. I'm sure you didn't, but you committed a criminal act that resulted in it. Little paperwork. One of the gun show's organizers told CBC that all authorized dealers selling firearms had to conduct FBI checks, and that the public nonsense found that the person selling the carbine didn't do that and had limited paperwork. Of course, CBC gets to go through and notice how the article's ready. Notice that? Two men spoke to police about selling the rifle. One of them had been the gun's owner, and the second man, Don DeMattis, was helping at the gun show booth. DeMattis later identified Wortman. What about Lisa? What about Lisa? Throw her picture in there and let's see what happens. To police as a man who approached him in the morning about buying the gun. He said he refused to sell it because the prospective buyer admitted he did not live in Maine, according to the summary of his interview. Oh, the summary. The summary. You can't even get the regular interview in transcript, let alone the audio video of any of these. This one's a summary. No, Angela and her summaries. Real good. Big fun garage. Gritty face. Released by the public sham. He recalled that a few hours later, he sold a rifle to his man in his 60s who had a Maine license. DeMattis said he gave the buyer, so does Sean Conlock. He's in the 60s too. He gave the buyer a receipt, and he didn't remember taking his name. Police recovered the semi-automatic carbine from the stolen gray Mazda 3. Oh yeah, it's just stolen Mazda 3 here. Just better leave out the color. Don't point out that Campbell has no idea even the geography of the province. The gunman, let alone colors, was driving when he was killed in Enfield. Okay, I'm sure he's waiting on the side of the road. They found that the gun switch selector was set to fire. It was outfitted with a flashlight and overcapacity magazine that held 25 rounds. I thought it held 30. I don't know. The public sham found that based on the forensic evidence, I guess that was that the fellow that didn't know anything about anything? Bullet shiny. The gunman used the rifle several times during the rampage. No, actually, didn't find that at all. It said that it couldn't. What was it? What was that again? Here we go. Right. Neither identified or eliminated. You know, they like that line. Which is what? A big fat goose egg. We can tell you nothing. So how about this? How about I suggest this? How about you charge this man? How about you extradite this man? How about you really put the screws to him and see if he spits out anything? Like, what else is going on? Importer licenses, etc. Prohibited ammunition, etc. Unauthorized transportation, etc. How about the media starts doing their job? How long have we been away? Where's our official timekeeper? Julia. Did Gallivan get free dentures? I don't know. Who knows? Gotta go now. Best of luck. Okay, you take care, Patriot. Thanks for joining. Who knows what the Elks Lodge is? I don't know. What I do know is that they're not asking the questions. And you can. I don't know. You have people like, I remember when I was a kid, who was it? That Lee or whatever his name was that involved in all that stuff down in California. Oh, God. Fast to get on the extradition boat there. How about they just extradite this man? Let's question him. Maybe he can cut a deal if he spits out the truth. You know, not after repeatedly lying and then saying, oh, oops, it was a mistake. Sounds like RCMP. Oops, it bonked out. Again. Oops. Oops, we're saying that it's a mechanical disruption to trying to answer for the Fitbit. LGC, from testimony I read, new reports, she was not at the gun show. And that's what? Based on what? Photo identification? She said so? Who said that? Who said that? I'm sure there's video. Easy to produce. They'll have it. Heidi's gun wasn't tested. They clearly aren't looking for the truth. Absolutely. 14 rounds. I've heard this stuff about how she was in the car. Seems difficult to discharge a weapon 14 times in the car, but it can happen. It's a court of law. The lab has to be prepared to explain and defend their work. So, yeah, makes perfect sense if you bring in a non-court recognized expert to teach special ed class in forensics. What? Where's the banner? No, asking questions isn't conspiratorial at all. I remember when I threw out, and it was at the time, but I did preface it with that. It was a bluff that I said Butcher would be involved with this. Right? When it all came out? Well, when the card came my way, I was like, oh, well, I know who her husband is. Wouldn't it be strange? Wouldn't it just be strange if he was involved in evidence disclosure on this one? Oh yeah, that's right. He quit. Along with his wife, who I don't even know. Is she still the lead of Nova Scotia? I can't get that one figured out. I know there's lots of articles that say she isn't from before. I think you can still go and find her. Funny. And no government appointment, please. We all know now. Don't go off into CERT or wherever. She wouldn't go to CERT. Some fancy appointment would be. Maybe they go to the media, expert or someone. Wonder I'd have to be lie about the guns, but not get charged. Are we setting precedents for people can and can't do? Oh, for sure, but actually, I don't think it's necessarily precedents. We're just enforcing old precedents. It's just now they're getting called on it. Okay, so the report said, which of course, you have to believe the report because You know that the MCC is telling you the truth, don't you? Don't you? I do. I also have a bridge I can sell you. No, I don't. Because I wouldn't do that. That's called being dishonest. Let's leave that one for another day. Conscience is going to eat shame. Oh, yes. Well, let's not sow the masculinity in there. Polytechnique. The machine came out. The glow. Let's get that skirt. We can hide behind it. We can hide behind it. We'll get that group observatory. We'll get that fired up. We'll pump out a couple stories. What do you know? What do you definitively know?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Where are we at, timekeeper, please? Wouldn't have to extradite. He broke American laws. Well, okay. Why aren't we putting diplomatic pressure on them? They do on us all the time. Fair enough. Just please do the right thing. I'm sure they want to do the right thing. They like gun control, don't they? Would look really bad on Biden, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Oh, maybe Fox might like that one. Oh, that's a nice 33-minute break. Oh, wasn't it 15? Guess they're getting the lowdown over here. Diapers. There's that. Yeah, diapers. They won't pursue charges because of the secret that's underneath it all. Audio like Chris Leather's hands and papers shaking. What are you talking about, Julia? He's composed. That was why he was deposed by Campbell. He still has falters, though. Cops said they went door to door. That's BS. Why did they say that when it's obvious? Was easy one to disprove. Okay, so they're the same people that tell you that. It's okay. Don't worry here. Are also the same people telling you he was alone. Sure, the passport records are easy to produce. You know, all those cameras and things that they have sitting around at the border. Let's see what questions will be from the caucus. Selected lawyers, questions that have been very limited recently. Wonder who has a hand in that. Oh, there's been demands for a lot of questions. I expect it's going to be redone. What? Am I going out of line? I should know none of the clocks work. U.S. media on both aisles are. Yes, where's Cameron Ortiz disappear to? Where did he go? They're really pissed about that one down there. Scares me how many people they did not check at all that night. Absolutely. Anybody who was a party could be a party that night.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Well, thank you very much, Council, as usual, for your collaboration. I understand that Mr. Matthew McClellan will have some questions for our witness, and Mr. Sampson, I think, is on standby. Hello again, Mr. Sampson. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you again as well. Mr. Matthew McClellan will have some questions for you. He represents, his law firm represents many of the families involved in the mass casualty and has just, I understand, a few questions for you. So if you don't mind, Mr. Sampson, Mr. McClellan, you go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sampson.
Good afternoon, sir.
So as Chief Commissioner McDonald had mentioned, I have just a couple questions. It's going to be fairly brief. Could you describe potentially the visual difference you would expect to see between a bullet that's expended from a gun as opposed to one that maybe had exploded or was expended in a structure fire?
Can you just repeat that question, please?
Yeah, no problem. So the visual difference, or what you would expect to see, the difference in what you would expect to see on a bullet that was fired from a gun, if that's compared to one that, say, just exploded in a structure fire, so it was not fired out of a gun, but it was still an expended round.
Yes. I think visually there would be a difference. A fired bullet, in the normal sense of the word, would have the rifling characteristics on the outside of that bullet. In other words, I expect to see 4, 5, 6 land and groove impressions that either twist to the left or twist to the right, and that's depending on what type of firearm it is. If a firearm or if a bullet that has literally just cooked off because of heat and came out of the cartridge case, I don't expect that to have the rifling characteristics because it is not going to make it down the barrel of the gun. So in there would be the big difference for me between a cooked off bullet and a bullet fired from a firearm.
Okay, and just to follow up on that, could you, I guess, would you expect to see any visual difference in the casing as opposed to the actual bullet?
Yes, again, the casing, because it would not have been fired, there would not be a firing pin impression on the back of that primer. It will even be possible that that whole primer, that small little piece, came out of the cartridge case, but the primer will not have that firing pin indentation on it. And then from the obvious, like it's burnt, it will probably be black on the outside and, a totally discoloration.
And just one final question. Can you speak to whether there would be, we'll say, an auditory difference in the sound of a bullet that explodes as opposed to one that is fired out of a gun?
I think that is outside my area of expertise, the sound that it would make. But I think from a logical standpoint, a fired round would just have this loud sound that we are all familiar with. When it is just cooked off, that explosion is not there because there's no containment. So the sound would be, I expect it to be way less softer.
And that's all my questions. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. McClellan. And thank you, Mr. Sampson. We very much appreciate your willingness to help us with the important work we're doing and for making yourself available today. So thank you.
Very welcome, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sampson, and all of the council, Commission Council, for your presentations on the foundational documents focused on firearms, and for the two commissioned report précis on history and sociology of guns in Canada and beyond. Thank you, participants and council. I realize it was a bit chilly in the room today, so thanks for bearing with us with the new venue as we adjust to our different surroundings. And thanks to the members of the public and media for your continued interest and engagement. As you can see, we're continuing to build on our understanding of what happened during the mass casualty with a broader exploration of the related issues that may have contributed and that are set out in our mandate. The layered approach we're taking is critical to ensuring that the findings and recommendations we'll bring forward in our final report are informed by both the facts and by a sound knowledge of relevant issues, research, policies, and lessons learned from prior mass casualties. Tomorrow, we'll be hearing from witness Corps Sergeant Major Alan McCambridge. He'll talk to us about the procurement, life cycle, and destruction or disposition of uniforms. It's a follow-up on our discussions last week of police paraphernalia. We'll also reserve time to hear more participant submissions tomorrow. And as always, we encourage you to access the many documents and resources available on our website, including the interim report, foundational documents and source materials, commissioned reports, and the archive of earlier proceedings. You can also find information about a range of wellness and mental health support services on our website or through our dedicated mental health team, members of whom are here in the room, if you choose to attend proceedings in person. Thank you. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until May the 4th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Sorry, what were they saying about mental health treatment for Tara? I know they like the skirt. You want to try and offer it? Want to try and do it? Want to try and do the right thing? 2 questions. Good. Okay, so again, why are the lawyers not standing up and saying, I can't ask any questions? I'm presuming. I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that they have very good questions that they could ask. I'm just thinking. I know that they watch. Oh, I know that they watch. So, again, why aren't you asking? So if you can't ask, now I'm beginning to wonder about you. And if you can't identify that you can't ask, well, that's a problem. That looks complicit. Nothing to do with this case. Yes? Not, when is it? Where is that? Here we go. Not relevant. Not an expert. What can he speak to? Well, bullets are shiny. They're fired from guns. Here's the side profile of it. They kind of fly. They do kill people. They can explode in fires. Hopefully you got really dialed in now. You know, that was a good question to ask him. Who would be the, I posted that up there. Where is that? Who would be the best person to answer the question, ballistics in this case? Would it be himself, or would it be the people that investigated it? You know, like they do in court, you know, because McDonald and Stanton, well, and Fitch, are all very familiar with how that works. You call the expert. The expert is the person who can speak to it the best. Sure, you can call him as a rebuttal witness or something like this, but you would call the actual people, right? You don't want to talk to, I don't know, somebody who lives down in Brazil about snow. Probably not the most helpful. You want to talk to the people We actually had dealings with the physical weapons, the physical casings. Never, I haven't seen any ballistics, anything to do with. That doesn't mean they don't exist, but I haven't seen anything to do with down in Portapic about recovered exploding shells. Well, the RCMP is like, duh, we're dumb. We don't actually know, even though we fire weapons all the time, what a exploding bullet sounds like versus a fired weapon. Right. That makes sense. No, sorry. Not truthful. That would try to explain, of course, the multiple accounts of guns going off throughout the evening, right? Of course it would. Oh, it was just exploding shells. It's very possible, but I have yet to see anything about that. But then again, I'm going to refresh here. Gosh, if the bullets were burnt, just hand to Fisher and WD-40 wire brush to clean them up. There we go. Because that's logical too. Cognitive dissonance. You know what's going on. Like, really know what's going on, don't you? Oh, the sleepy voice. Yeah. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for spending the time with us. Thank you for participating. Hopefully you don't need our services for mental health later. Later, when you break down. When you have 23 homicides, you're packing around. Ouch. Ouch. And kids are like, oh, that's you? Oh, no, I don't want to play with him. I don't want to play with those kids. They probably have very bad morals. Yeah. So, why is the lawyers not standing up and saying that? I want to know. Now I want to know. Of course, I've been wondering for a while. Now I'm asking outright. Why are you not saying publicly, we cannot ask questions, and saying it right here during this hoo-ha? We can't do our job. You are forcing us to be complicit in your crime. We don't want to participate. You know why? Because we're officers of the court and we do the right thing. We want to keep our bar licenses. We want to give our clients the best representation that they can have. We want to try to get the truth. Really took them that long to get. How long was it again? 34 minutes? 34 minutes. What questions can we ask? We don't want to upset anybody. Trauma. See, this is trauma. Trauma for me, trauma for O'Dear, trauma for all of you, trauma for the country it leaves behind, and of course, unbelievable trauma for the families of the 23. No questions today, right? What would they ask? What color are bullets? Do you have water in the province of Nova Scotia? No, I'm sorry to say, I wouldn't hire these lawyers. Again, and I'm not trying to be disparaging. I just am speaking as a private citizen. Doesn't make any difference because I wouldn't I don't reside in Nova Scotia, but I certainly wouldn't hire any of these people. Not if that's the representation that they get, because it certainly doesn't look like they're asking great questions that are totally around, totally in abundance. Because they do watch this channel. They have been for a long time. So I suspect they're in the Discord. I do know that they do watch the channel, versus suspect in the Discord is another thing entirely. But all one needs to do is pick up a newspaper, even through the diapers. You can kind of read between the lines, and they're there. I certainly would be like, why are we calling this person? I think the MCC should have some questions directed towards them from the lawyers. Did they approve? Did these lawyers also equally approve the witness list? I wouldn't have put my name on that. Doesn't seem like the person I would call. I don't know about you. All right, let's just do a little straw poll. Would you call a witness who has knowledge of firearms and is I'm not taking away from the fact that he may or may not be an expert. I don't know. Is he court approved? I have no idea. I didn't hear that part or not. Because usually that's kind of what you want, is somebody who's court approved. Especially if you're calling a third party witness. Now, otherwise they can just kind of get decimated. Like, the family's lawyers could have been like, no, this person's credentials are questionable or whatever it is. Now, if it's you that's the lawyer, are you calling this man that they presented today? Or are you calling the actual people who I believe were in Ottawa? I did read out their names several times. Who handled the weapons, handled the shells. The people on the ground, the officers on the ground who FIS, who categorized all of this, recovered, photographed. Are those the people that you're going to call? Maybe even exhibits, like here's some shells that we recovered. Spent shell casings. I'm not trying to be graphic. Just, like the shell casings, or here is the actual weapon that was used. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Please let me know. He has testified in several cases. Okay, my apologies. Then he he's court qualified then as an expert. My apologies to him. No offense on him. But he to me, he doesn't present anything beyond what I could just read. It's like reading the interim report. I can read that off the website. Would you call this man if you're the lawyer? 1 for yes, or 2 for the people who actually handled the things? Could you just let me know if I'm off base here? Let's see here. McCullough, who appears to be representing the Havis. Again, I don't want to be deprecating on the family's lawyers. I'm just challenging them to a simple question. I think it's time that you step up. These families need you. Maybe this is all part of some grand scheme I'm missing. I think it's not. Oh, did they? They hired a team of student archaeologists. Interesting. Maybe that's a normal procedure. I'm not aware. Well, but you're not stupid. And that's why it's traumatic and infuriating. Obviously, I know that you're not. None of you are. And none of the families are. And none of the lawyers are. Certainly. Actually, good question. Shocked him, I think. It was a good question. It was a good question. I can see it leading to the exploding shell balls being dismissed so that we'll know down the line that, probably, but it's still questionable. He had a lot of questions that he could answer, like how does stipple appear on a body when there's a windshield in front of them? That's kind of tough. But he did answer it. All the little clips that are going to be made, all the videos after this, of all of these, like the short ones, the ones that will show up in the tweeters, on people's social media pages, certain people that may have participated in this, oh, hey, how are you doing? Here you go. The ones that keep it alive. Okay. Seems like family lawyers took a settlement. Well, I would never say that. I have no idea. I wouldn't propose that. The settlement, there's not a settlement yet I don't even know if it's been certified yet. Perhaps you all can school me on that one. I do suspect that it will just go to settlement. But there may be one or two lawyers somewhere who aren't going to settle because their clients aren't going to settle. Well, that'll be a shitstorm, won't it? No. I'm not a Nova Scotian. I'm just an Alberta boy. But of course, it is long. 3 things always involved with a lawsuit: time, emotion, and money. And a lot of people, this machine just wears them down. I can totally sympathize with families that are like, no, not having any more of this. Oh, you adopted me. Oh, thank you. That's nice. It's nice to be told that, I suppose. My day doesn't make or break by people's words, but it does feel good because we're a team, right? Slanderous ones that are not backed up with logic or purely ad hominem attacks, which are fairly flawed. More exposure just to a person who would fling them around. I wish I could walk away from this and never deal with it again. Ignorance is bliss until you get pulled over. But you see, that's the problem. I know that much about you, Tara. Like, you can tell me that I'm wrong, but I know you. You can't let it go. Okay, 2. All right, so we got calling the appropriate person. The only explanation is lawyers can't be daft. They can't be. That's insulting on all of their education. There's something clearly amok. Clearly. Not conspiracy. I could get any lawyer to come and watch this, and they would tell you the same thing. They wouldn't be conspiracy theories. No, they would just be like, I don't understand why they're not asking about this. I don't understand why their time is so finite. I don't understand why there has to be meetings before they're getting to ask questions, the limited questions that they're allowed to ask. I wouldn't ask those questions. And I haven't, anyway, I haven't seen a real, I've seen a couple of breaks. The dog is Nova. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. I've seen a lot of twos. Has to be on purpose. But we all know, that's the thing. We all know that the lawyers aren't, they're very educated, very smart. They know their profession. They know how to do it well. So it just seems very strange why they're not being allowed to ask. Call FIS. Yeah. Yep. So we've seen several crime scenes, 23 people gone, and no crime scene pics. We have. Yeah. 0. Zipola. But they told you it did, right? So believe them. I'm not saying nothing happened. I'm not ever saying Mr. Wortman wasn't a participant, but they haven't furnished any evidence conclusively about here's what happened there. They have broken clocks. They have statements that are incomplete. They have no audio video. They have corroboration problems. They have all kinds of problems. Conflicts of interest abound. Abound. Many more to come to light, which will. GPR, RCMP rate that, and students, I find that shocking. Any evidence RCMP tested LBs closed for residue? If not, yikes. See, these are good questions. Why weren't 2 families in court the other day about their court case? I'm sorry, I don't know that. That's news to me. I apologize. If you could let me know, maybe on the tweeters or something. I can see how people get worn down. I can too. You and others that I speak to, I certainly get it. But we all stand together. What is worrisome? We do not hear the thought from those on the other side. Are they angry? Are they muzzled? Do they want to protest? What ifs worrisome? Are you speaking of families? The lawyers should be bloody pissed. And if they're not allowing them to do this, I'm not sure. Anyway, fear keeps their mouths shut. Fear of what? What are you going to do? Are you going to haul off my bar license if I was a lawyer? Try it. I'd sue your ass to hell and back. That's called gumption. FIS officer from Port Hawkesbury, Constable Jennifer Kipp, explained a bunch of evidence in that forensic report, just saying another name, but curious about it. Okay, well, I haven't read that. I don't think clip, sorry. I don't believe I read that report. There are lots of reports. Asking the ballistics guy about sound. Should have asked his opinions on clocks not working. Could he have shed any light specifics to do with this case? No, he couldn't. He was a very poor witness. But of course, who gets to call the witnesses? Crime scenes are too personal, so they will not show them here. I get that within reason. I do. Within reason. But anything that is, look at the Don Dunphy case, for instance. I always like to cite that inquiry because I feel it was much better run than a lot of the others I've seen before. It was done in a tactful way. You know, certain things obviously are far too distressing for families to have, and of course that's up to them. They get to be the deciders in that. But you can go to a courthouse and look at evidence that's furnished. You have to pay for it, but you can see it. Not graphic stuff, but stuff that will help you understand the case. Absolutely. Okay, you need a break. God bless you. God bless you, Tara. Take care. Hope you have a good day. They ought to be in the foundational documents. Within reason. Within reason. Within reason. I think everybody's respectful. Nobody's asking for a horror show. I did read that they had at Dow universities. Yeah, is that the scanning stuff that they did down in Portapic? Family lawyers should request the documents for RCMP evidence submissions and require documentation for services requested by RCMP. Oh, they should get lots too. I agree. Chain of custody, all that stuff. That would be good. All the evidence logs, etc. I think they get access. Again, they get special access to certain things that others don't. And I'm not just meaning pictures. Told delete pictures. Okay, I don't know anything about the NDAs. Yeah, I read about the. But thank you. Okay. Whenever I say that, by the way, I'm just filing stuff away for myself. It doesn't mean I agree or disagree, and I appreciate bringing things to the table. So, thank you. I didn't realize they had been. Everybody's forced to sign NDAs. Oh, why? Protected sea. This whole thing. MCC, make it easy. All crime documents, pictures available with use at your own risk. They could do that, yes, but I do respect. I respect. There is a certain balance, but this trauma thing that they've also sewn out is complete and utter garbage. Remember the same line. I'll somewhere I have that where Bill Blair is asked. I believe it's Bill Blair. And he is asked, why, if the families want the truth, are they not answering? And he says, well, because it would be too traumatic. And then the reporter responds with, well, but they want the answers. They're not too concerned about the trauma. What do you say to that? And he says, well, we just decided that it is too traumatic. Huh? Do you see? Skirts. I love ladies, but skirts are terrible to hide behind. No, man should stand out and be a man. Dude, Perpetrator photo is Gabe sitting in his office with a giant warning square on his face. You can't remove. Buzzing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Agreed, they could show with blocking the pictures as they have done in other documents. Absolutely. But certain things they're clearly blocking out that don't get blocked out because of personal information or traumatic things. There are definitely ones in there, and I'm sure you guys are aware of many going through these documents where they will use that, and they'll say, well, it's, on a picture. And you know that there's nothing in the picture because maybe you've even seen the picture and it's not, something's not taken out of the picture, not covered up. Yet they do, which is always kind of a red flag, but they do that also falsely. Maybe you can click, maybe a block you can click to remove. Oh, okay, you're talking about did not family lawyers get all the info, albeit for short timelines when given it? I can't speak to as what the lawyers got. I know it's a lot. They told you. How's that? Over 500,000 pages. I also know that they have extremely powerful and intuitive AI to make their job very easy. So it's not sifting through papers. It's not none of that. It's just, this is what I want to know. This is what I ask. And that's all of the evidence that is, whether it's conflicting or not, supportive, all of the evidence that at least has been furnished to them, which of course has to go through the NPF and the government lawyers and public service and Attorney General's office, MCC's lawyers. It's kind of the oats dung theory. From what I understand, docs that receive families prior totally different than the MCC is outing now. They do not match. Yes. I would say that's true, in my opinion. Okay. Well, that was a bit of a shit show. What do we have for tomorrow? Looking more foolish every day, which is too bad. But, this is what you chose. Tomorrow we have witness participant submissions. I don't know what that's going to be. I'm not sure if the table is square, round, purple. Who knows what it is tomorrow? But it is witness participant submissions, which should be interesting because, let's see here. We've got, Al McCambridge to provide his knowledge regarding RCMP uniform. Okay, procurement life cycle. Oh, there we go. Life cycle. We'll get into the 7 tons of destruction. Bollocks. Thanks, Al. Participant submissions on access to firearms, enforcement, smuggling, and regulatory approaches. So probably a very generic, general questions, I would say. Not saying please don't tune in. Absolutely do, because there's always things in there. And of course, seeing the horror for what it is important. Foundational documents will be posted. We will work to have source of, yes, of course, you work very hard within 2 business days. Let's just check that right now. Calendar. Procedure. Okay, so let's just see if a transcript is, wait a second here. Oh, the Big Stop transcript is finally up. Interesting. Huh. Hold on a moment here. Okay, good. That's good. All right, good. What else do we have in store? I think it's important because they're going to change this to kind of have a record of what is to come. Participant submissions, then we have witnesses. Well, we have that at the Hilton. This will be Terry Brown. This should be an interesting day. Terry Brown, they like to go around. There are a lot of different places. Look at how many people they're going to have on this day. Constable Terry Brown, Dave Melanson, Ian Fahey, Dwayne Ivani. You got four in how many hours? Do you know, like, think about that in a court case. No effing way. One of those people would have days devoted. Examination, cross-examination. And that's only with one set of lawyers for one client. But they're speedy in their NASCARness, and they'll get through that, of course, probably even early. But I don't know how they're going to get through all of that between breaks and caucus meetings and caucus meetings in less than 6 hours. Yeah. So less than an hour on each. Okay, that seems totally plausible. Don't you know? And then we're back again on a Monday. We're actually going to do 4 days. Ooh. On documents of radio bonging outs. Oh, sorry, it just failed. Oops. Right, because it appears on so many different. Oh, that's going to be a rough one to ride out, I think. Yeah. Let me see. What was it? Come on. Thank you. Let's see. How did it go again? Something. Oops. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Okay. And then we have Nova Scotia Air Support also. Okay. I'm interested about Lawless and Josie. Seem very interesting. And then we have police services from Truro, the ones who were asked not to be involved, and Halifax Regional. Halifax Regional, very interested in their channel. There's a couple channels that they were all rushing off to that seemed to have private powwows that were going on. Of course, Halifax just hanging out down at the big stop. Funny that. Nothing to see here. And then we got RCMP Public Communications. more bonging out nonsense. And then we've got square table, round tables on commissioned reports, whatever in the hell that is. Yeah, probably some kind of a furniture lesson. Foundational documents, RCMP IMERT response. Foundational documents, overview 911, call taking dispatch, Nova Scotia RCMP command decision narratives. Okay. Should be interesting. Foundational documents, RCMP command decisions narratives. That gets, and participants' submissions. Okay, so that seems to get the devoted bulk. Then we're going to have one day on the 24th, at least right now, that's what they're telling you. And then, of course, extended holiday. Per diem. I wonder, per diem. Yeah, this is going to be interesting A-tips to make, see how much everybody's getting paid. Round Tips commissioned reports is following next week. I don't think they're being specific about that. Again, just a bunch of hot air. Nothing. Okay, and that'll close out the month. And we have a record now, so if it changes, now you can go back and hopefully see. HRP needs gas. Everybody needs gas. And I think the Tim Hortons donuts down at the Big Stop must be amazing. I must try these out because everybody hangs out down there. Because that makes a lot of sense. My pause is just to enforce a point. May 10th, Truro police throw RCMP under the bus. There's Chief McNeil. Kim Stanton is going to save the world, one controlled truth commission at a time. Yes, thank you. Thank you for calling it the commission. Could drive from Cape Breton to Halifax back without needing gas, but everybody needs gas. Oh, no, only a certain list of people I'm looking at individually. Not just gas, but there are certain people. Mr. Sutton indicated something to that effect, subtly. I'm not putting words in his mouth. I don't want to, but that was the impression I got. Every member, of course, you could just call him, right? Ask him all kinds of questions and he cleared up, and I could just sound like a total fool. Every member of the MCC will make sunrise list next year. Boo-hoo-hoo. Gabriel Wortman needed gas and left half. Of course, because of course they knew that, didn't they? Right? They knew what vehicle he was driving. Oh no, and they knew the vehicle that they had no idea about would need gas. Of course. It wouldn't be that it was sitting on the side of the highway, potentially waiting. Oh, oops, sorry. All right. Do take care. Thank you very much for joining. God bless you all. God bless the 23. We'll see you tomorrow for the participant submissions. Hopefully, lawyers will ask lots of questions. Have a great day. God bless you.